Hey there. Good morning. Hopefully, you guys can all hear me. Thank you so much for being here again. Today is day 3 of Georgia versus Leilani Simon. And let me give you a real quick rundown from yesterday. During the testimony yesterday and her interviews, Leilani did not tell police during the search for her missing child that she left in the middle of the night to buy drugs after a fight with her boyfriend. She was asked to provide a written statement with as much detail as possible about when she last saw Quinton and the events that were leading up to discovering her child missing. She again left about midnight to go buy more drugs. Leilani initially told investigators that she put Quinton to bed around 10:30 p.m. and that she woke up the next morning around 9 and found the door ajar and Quinton is gone. When confronted with information gathered by the detectives that her car was photographed around that Azalea mobile home park, she pivoted to explain that she called up a friend in the vicinity of that area to obtain Oragel to soothe her discomfort after getting that wisdom tooth pulled. When she was pressed about the possibility of an accident, Leilani became hysterical and she insisted that someone had taken her child. When police informed her that her home security system indicated her door was not opened until 9:20 in the morning, she claimed that the ADT system must not be working properly. And then at one point, while she was hysterically crying over her missing child, she used the past tense to refer to her son. She said, "He was warm. His cheeks were pink. Please don't do that. I can't live with that. He was alive. The last time I seen my baby, he was my happy baby. He was my happy baby." So that is where we are at. And like I said, today is day 3. So let me get that pulled up real quick. All right. Thank you so much, Shorty. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. And to the others that are here, Peacock, I saw you and a couple others. So thank you so much for being here. I did catch just a little brief of this morning, and it looks like it was a little bit explosive. There's some text messages that they want to put out, and the defense did not want these texts put out. Apparently, they are between Leilani and her drug dealer. So that is going to happen this morning. And so I'm excited to see what they have to say. Good morning, Margaret. Thank you so much for being here again. Let me get over here and get this started for us. Hopefully, you guys all had a great evening and are having a good day so far. If you have any problems hearing that, let me know. Cat Mom, North Hunter, thank you for being here.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record for the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, SBCR 22-03364J6. Let the record reflect that counsel are present for the state. AUSA Tim Dean is present, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons, and that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, and she's seated between her counsel, Robert Purse and Martin Hilliard. Is the state ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, but we may need to take up something.
Mr.
I'm paying attention this time. I turned it on. we may need to take up something outside the presence of the jury, Judge. And again, we can do it later this morning at lunchtime, it doesn't matter. But there's some evidence that we expect the state to try and get into this morning or early this afternoon. And we just need to deal with that before we get to it. So other than that, that's all we have to deal with today, Judge.
We'll just laugh at you, Peacock.
So,
It's okay.
Mr. Dean,
I think now would be a good time to take it up.
that was my thought too. I want to let the jury know what we're doing, that we just have some matters that have to be taken up outside their presence, and then we'll go ahead and dig in. Bring the jurors in, please.
Jury is not entering.
The one that Leilani's wearing, Little Iris? I'm surprised you didn't do like Sarah Boone and request the makeup and hairstylist kind of stuff. Sarah looking the prettiest she has
Thank
in
you, Barbara.
years. He is adorable.
Good morning. Please have a seat. Good to see you. Everyone else, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good evening. Thank you for being here on time and ready to go. I have to ask you these questions. Has everyone been able to comply with my instructions not to discuss the case or do any research?
Yes, sir.
And that's a yes from everyone. And so while we are ready to get started right now, there are some matters that have to be taken up outside the presence of the jury. That will happen occasionally. I think it may have already happened some. So I wanted you to be brought in so that you would know we're not out here just twiddling our thumbs. So I'm going to have to ask you to step back to the deliberations room so we can deal with those legal matters.
Jury's exiting.
Yeah, she brought the jury in and then told them to leave. So if you're just joining and you're not used to the format I do, I start later so that we can skip any of the breaks, the lunch, things like this. So I'm going to speed it right up to where they're going to discuss what they're doing here.
It looks like
Thank you.
Okay, here we
All
go.
right. Mr. Hilliard, I'll turn to you.
Your Honor, the state's put me on notice that they're going to attempt to get into some text messaging. It looks like beginning on or around September 25th of 2022 up to, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Dean's mouth, but it looks like through maybe the day of October 4th, 2022, of an alleged affair between Ms. Simon and an unknown subject by the name of Craig. And the text messages were provided in discovery, and they were part of the phone extraction, and they were done pursuant to the search warrant. If I'm making a misstatement, let me know, Tim. However, the main thing is the motion in limine I'm making is to exclude these text messages as they're more prejudicial than probative, number one. Number two, they don't relate to any material allegation in the indictment. None of the false statements accounts are in relation to these text messages. Number two and number three, I don't think that they do anything other than attempt to introduce her character, the evidence, and interject her character improperly. So for those reasons, I make a motion to exclude any testimony regarding these text messages back and forth between the unknown subject, Craig. So I think that's short, succinct, to the point. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Mr. Dean?
The court will remember that our motion pertaining to intrinsic evidence that we intended to introduce listed as one of those categories, evidence of tension, unhappiness between the defendant and her boyfriend. And that has now been ruled admissible. This specific aspect of that, I think, is, I don't know that we explicitly addressed this on this past Thursday, but the original motion, part of it was, and this is in there, the court can look back, and things were so bad between the two of them that it pushed the defendant to commence a sexual relationship with her drug dealer as a form of solace in the weeks leading up to Quinton's disappearance. And this would be evidence of that. As Mr. Hilliard said, these text messages extend from September 25th to October 4th. So they're tightly connected in time to the day of the crime. And I'll talk just briefly about what they show. I have, as a matter of fact, I'll approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 83.
All right,
I have a copy of it as well.
thank you.
Here's how it comes up naturally in this portion of Detective Lemon's investigation. At this point, we've just seen this interview, these interviews yesterday, where she identified the drug dealer whom she saw that night as Red. Okay, she calls him Red. Sometime after that, but still, this is the night of October 5th, early morning hours of October 6th. They go through her phone in some more detail, and they find a bunch of text messages between her and a contact saved as Craig. And they ask her who Craig is, and she says Craig and Red are the same person. So she's identifying Craig now as her drug dealer, and not just any drug dealer, but the ones that she ran off to that night after getting into an argument with the defendant about about his lack of sexual desire for her. Okay, so this is the person that she's going to in response to that incident between her and Mr. Younkin. And now, after opening statement and some of the evidence, I expect the court to be a little more familiar with our theory of the case and how what was going on with the Danny defendant relationship, how it plays into what happened that night. In these messages, one, they make out a recent sexual relationship, and I'll just draw the court to a couple messages in particular, so you don't have to read them all. On page 9, so page 9 of the document, starting at line 123. This is an incoming message from Craig to the defendant on October 1, in which he says, "That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. Friday. No, I made you come for a long time." And she responds on line 124, "I would be down to do that again anytime." And then she sends another response at line 125. "And yes, you did for a good ass minute." All right, so that's thing number one. They clearly make out a sexual relationship. Thing number two is that there's some indications in here that there is a connection to Danny. On page 2 of the document, line 13, at the top, the defendant sends a message to Craig. Starting at line 12, Craig sends a message to her saying, you okay today? Your man here?" And she responds in the next line, "Yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing." So there's some of that in here that they're talking about Danny, and she's talking about him in kind of a frustrated tone. So we do think that these messages and the fact of this relationship are part and parcel of the Danny defendant status of the relationship kind of subject matter that has already been ruled admissible. They're sort of intertwined with that. And it's further intrinsic to that night because that's the guy who she was going to see and whose house she was at for 10 minutes. This is not just character assassination. It really does help tell the story. Okay. The other thing, and this is similar to the argument that I made for some of the Stingrays stuff the other day on Thursday, is that they in the interview that comes next, they've seen these messages. And so they ask her, who's Craig? And she says, oh, that's Red, same guy. That's a drug dealer. This guy I saw that night. And they ask her point blank, is there anything going on between the two of you? Is there a sexual relationship? And she tells them no. Right? So she denies it. Again, even if she hadn't denied it, even if she had said, yeah, I think it's still admissible for the reasons that I've articulated to this point. But then the fact that she denies it makes it further relevant because she's charged with making numerous other false statements in the same interview. We have to prove that those statements were knowingly false. And part of that involves proving that that she was lying up and down about basically everything she talked about that day. So that's why we think this evidence ought to come in. I understand that there is some prejudicial effect to it. However, the test is not whether there's some prejudicial effect. The test is whether the probative value of the evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And I just think that's a very difficult thing to say. You know, the rules are supposed to be rules of inclusion. Exclusion based on 403 grounds is characterized in the case law as an extraordinary remedy. And given that he was the guy that she went and saw that night after this fight, and part of our case is saying that she was in this fraught emotional state, I just don't see how the court can say the probative value of this evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I mean, these are the facts of the case. These are the facts of that night. So that's our position on this evidence, Your Honor.
You think it should be Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, 24403 states specifically, relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Whether or not she had this affair, whether or not she was having sex with this person named Craig, bears no relevance to any of the issues in the case. I understand Mr. Dean wants it to be, but his argument that he just made was, well, she's charged with other false statements in the indictment, so the fact that she made false statements about having an affair means that she might make these other, that's propensity to commit a crime. Okay? It's exactly one of the reasons to exclude prejudicial evidence. So I understand why Mr. Dean wants it. I understand why he's asking for it. But that's the main reason to exclude it, not include it. So that's why we're making the motion in limine, Judge, and we leave it with the court.
All right, I'm going to take a moment to consider what you both just presented. So let's take about a 15-minute break. We're in recess.
Yeah, so yesterday when that juror fell asleep, the judge basically just kind of called it out and said they needed to take a break, that kind of thing. So I do that is kind of a concern. So because if they, the defense obviously will appeal it, and that could be one of the grounds to be able to appeal it. A sleeping juror is never good. So let's move up to when the judge comes back in with her decision on these text messages between Leilani and the drug dealer. Seems like Leilani was cheating, Danny was cheating, everybody's cheating, doing drugs, drinking. Holy moly. So the judge probably went in the chambers and read through all the text messages herself. She took quite a long time. Oh, wow. She took a really long time.
Back on the record in
we go.
SPCR 22-03364J6. There was a motion in limine by, oh, that's right. We need Miss Simon. We can bring Miss Simon out. That was a little bit more of a break.
She forgot Leilani. Oops. That's never good. The defendant's still wherever. Yeah, it was hard. And even with closed captioning, it just doesn't pick up a whole lot of what she says because one, she still seemed to be slurring, at least to me anyway. And then the constant up and down of her emotions and the bawling, and it's hard to understand her.
The attorneys for the state are present as well.
Just a tiny one.
We've taken a break on the defense motion in limine with regards to text messages that the state intends to present and admit into evidence. I've heard and considered the arguments for both. At this time, the court does find that the unredacted version of the text messages is inadmissible. I went through and read all of the text messages. The sexual and salacious nature of some of the text messages in exhibit are not relevant to the charged conduct. Now, after applying the balancing test, 403 balancing test, court finds that the probative value is that the prejudicial matters outweigh at this time the probative value. So they're not going to come in at this time. Now, if things change, the court will consider it, but at this time, that's court ruling. Madam Clerk, I'm going to pass down State's Exhibit 83.
So just to be clear, is it just the exhibit or is it any testimony about from Detective Lemons about what they saw in the phone and what seemed to be going on with the defendant and Craig and asking her about it and her answering? Is it just that the specific language in the messages is a 403 problem, or is it the subject matter in general?
The language is a 403 problem. Mr. Hilliard, do you object to the detectives just testifying about the information with the defendant and Craig/Red?
Well, my motion had to do with the prejudicial effect of. My motion had to do with the prejudicial effect of this affair, Judge. It has to do with the sexual nature of it, which has nothing to do with the charge conduct, the reason we're here, or anything to do with the indictment itself. So my motion had to do with any reference to the affair, the language, or anything like that. So I don't I don't know how you can parse it out. I mean, we know that she went and met Red, but I don't think that there's any reason to get into the sexual nature of these text messages. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And actually, I know how I see it in terms of parsing it out. The text messages don't come in, or at least the unredacted text messages do not come in as they stand right now. The fact that she met with Red has already been some of the testimony and some of the evidence. I do find her meeting with Red is intrinsic. How far should the court go? How far should the evidence go in the sexual relationship? You know, at this point, I'm going to find that the sexual relationship with Red is inadmissible at this time as well.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just wanted to be clear that it was, and the only reason I ask is the court initially referenced the unredacted text messages, which suggested to me that perhaps there was, in the court's view, some way of sanitizing it or sort of softening the evidence that would make it admissible. But I understand the court's ruling. Of course, we accept it and we're ready to move on.
All right. I thank you for your clarifying question.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
think I
Hilliard.
understand it as well.
Okay.
I understood it the same way
Is
the
there
state
anything else
had,
that we need to take up before we bring the jury out?
that it was just going to be the
No, you're,
And I take it
redacted
that we're
one she
gonna
wouldn't
pick up
allow.
with Detective Lemons.
yes.
Okay.
But it sounds like
And
she's
let's
not
bring in the
allowing
jury,
any of those
please.
texts. Is that how you guys heard it too? Yeah, I don't think she's allowing any of them. I think she's saying it has nothing to do with the charges at hand, but I guess we'll see.
Jury is not entering.
Anyway, again, thank you guys for being here. Those that are just in the bushes watching, appreciate you as well very much. But always feel comfortable to chat if you'd like. We'd love to have you join the conversation. Yes, she was. Okay, that's how I understood it too, Shorty. Thank you. So far, no text between them, but might allow them.
Thank you.
And those are the texts between Leilani and her drug dealer.
All right. You may all have a seat. Thank you. And the question is, have you been able to comply with the court's instructions? Have you discussed the case with anyone? No research done? All right. Thank you very much. We will now resume. Mr. Dean, you may call your witness.
Marion Lemons.
So this is the same detective that we left off with yesterday. So probably going to see more of the interview with Leilani.
Yeah, I think when we left off, we had just finished the interview that ended right about 10:30 at night on October 5th. Is that right?
Yes,
Later that night, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview the defendant one last time?
we did.
Again in the interview room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would publish from State's Exhibit 3 a file bearing the file name Interview Room 2355 to 0038.
Give me 1 second, Judge. I just want to make sure.
You're welcome,
This we
Margaret.
did not discuss it, Judge. There'll be a little bit edited at the end, but other than that, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Mr. Dean, you may proceed.
Interesting, Shorty. I wonder how many other minds or opinions that were made up to begin with are going to start to be swayed a little bit.
All right.
Come back to you. Hello. Like we've come in here several times and told you. It's like I've been open about everything that I could, and whatever I didn't clarify or say right, whatever I'm clarifying, I would never be the reason for something that happened to my baby. You can understand that. I'm so serious. Well, they always say that. Just relax. Just relax. It's hard to relax. And not only have I lost my son this morning when I woke up, he's not there. But by the end of the night, I'm sitting there being told that everything looks like it's my fault. It's my fault because I put my son to bed last night and woke up to him being gone. That's my fault. What happened? There's so many inconsistencies, Leona, in your story. How? I've even sat there and got on like 360 for hell, pulled up anything that I could to show that this is what happened. This is where I went. This is what I did. Here's the proof that this is where I went. Every time I look at our house, you can ask Danny, you can ask everybody that them babies were all in that room. Every single one was in that room. When I went to bed, every single one was in that room. And yes, they were perfectly fine. Yes, they were breathing. Yes, he moved when I touched him. Yes, they were all in there. And they were perfectly okay. Okay? And then I got up, it was gone. You want to talk about a mother's worst nightmare? A mother's worst nightmare is not knowing dang well at all if her child is even okay or not. A mother's worst nightmare is not knowing if you are ever going to even know what actually happened to your baby. It's not sitting there wondering if he's going to get a proper funeral. He's wondering if he's ever going to get one at all. He's wondering if he's ever going to know what happened to him. It's just that he's not going to until you let us know the accident that happened. There's nothing that happened. And I'm going to say that there's no accident. There's no inconsistency. What? Because I forgot to say something about my hand back up front. And then I came out to her true about it. Told you about it. No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. I'm going to go piss in the cup for you right now. What did you do? Right now. It was the Oreo. There's even Oreo in that freaking bathroom thing. There's one that's empty, which is the one that I ran out of when I called to ask to see if I had more. To see if they had more. No. So I got the one from her. Now there's one in there that's empty and there's one that's not. You'll see that in that bathroom. It's in the mirror. Okay. Do you recall exactly when you left and where you met? Yes. Misty. Okay. Exactly where I met her at. Right there. Like where those mailboxes and stuff you got. What's Misty's last name? I can't recall. I worked with her over before Scott was born. We've got to talk to Misty right now. How do you get her? My phone is. I have her number in there. That's what I called her. I downloaded text now and tried to call that, and I called it and got through to her. So I asked her to straight up said, "You still have this mouth problems you got going on?" She said, "A big old thing right here. I can give you where she works at. I can at least give you that. She works at Bojangles. Bojangles on 17. On Akichi and 17. I can give you that. I don't know her last name. White lady or black lady? White lady. White lady? 4'11" maybe. 4'12". How old is she? 40s. Late 30s, early 40s. What kind of car does she drive? She walks, which is why I had to come all the way to her. What shift does she work at Bojangles? I can't tell you that no more. They were not even open up for dinner when I was there and when I was working there, and they are now. So I can't tell you what shift she's working. What kind of car was she driving when you met her at Bojangles? She lives over there by. Chevron or whatever. So she walked up and met me at the front of her neighborhood and gave it to me.
What other cars were there when you met her? Was it
There was a tan older car, almost like a cop car Ford something or whatever. Tan sitting in her driveway.
in her driveway or the driveway or at the Chevron?
No, like when I pulled up, I could see like where she lived at. You could see her walk out of her driveway and walk up, and I'm pretty sure that was in her driveway of the tan car. So, but I've never seen her drive a car at all, ever. She's always walked to work and walked home, to the point that I was giving her rides because it was too hot at one point to do that. So,
When did the cereal spill in the back of the car?
that's been there. I won't lie. Even like over a month, my friend gave me a big bag of a whole bunch of baby cereal that she didn't have anything to do with. I put it in the car.
What type of baby cereal? Like the
First-
stuff that you put, like it's almost like a rice consistency?
It's rice or oatmeal is what it is. And
What
it
type
was
of
the-
container was it in?
the actual container itself that comes in from the store.
What does that look like?
It's blue and it's about this big and it comes up like this. And there's a screw on top that pops open. Or whatever.
And what happened? How did it come?
2 of them that she gave me, she had just opened and she tried it with her baby, her 9-month-old baby, and it didn't work very well with him. So she gave me those and a whole bunch of the other ones that she bought. When I put it back in the car, got home, took it out, the bag ripped, it fell, it spilled. Got another bag, collected up what I could, and took it inside. I still have all that baby cereal from that day except for that one.
And just describe to me again, when you came home at 10:50,
That was from leaving red.
I was leaving that, and that's when you went and you rubbed Quinton's hair.
I moved the hair out of his face and did this right here, and when I did, he said, and curled up. Exactly like that. Don't even like, it was like, touching me, and curled up.
And then when you left again, when you left to go meet Missy,
He was like, 13.
did you go by and check on Quinton as you walked out the door?
Yes. Yeah, and he was fine. He was still in the same position he was in when I moved his hair.
And what door did you walk out?
The back door.
The back door? At what time?
I can't remember exactly what time I walked out. I left the house like 1:13, so I probably walked out about 1:12, 1:11, and got in the car. And I went out the back door because that's where we park all the cars at. That's where we park them all at. So we always only use that back door. That front door is only ever used to step outside to smoke. Or let the kids play in the front yard.
Have you ever left your house without your phone before?
Without my phone? No, I always have my phone on me.
Everywhere you go.
Everywhere I go, work, home, even if it's dead, I have it on me. Always. Now, I do fail to charge it all the time, but I normally,
At any point last night, was your phone moved dead and you didn't have a charge?
my phone was on at all times last night. It was even plugged in next to the bed when I did lay down. When I did get in the cars, the phone's out 2 or 3 or 4%, so I did plug it in. If it wasn't plugged in, it would have died, and my trips both times would have ended, you know, before I even got home. Y'all would have seen the time that I arrived home, it didn't stay on.
Do you normally meet right out there at the Flacos Tacos area?
In that general area, normally it's ride share that we got ride share across, but we have a lot of people there, and there was road work going to it.
Where or who like coordinates with Brent?
Right.
You or Danny? Like who talks to Brent?
Honestly, it's got multiple different numbers, so like we message or we call one, or I'll get in contact with like his cousin, his name's Craig or whatever, and ask. It's never like, he never has the same.
You said Craig?
Yeah, I got in contact with Craig and I'll ask him, but that's just because they live at the same property.
Where do they live at?
For our street name is right after that ride share. It's like one of the first driveways after the ride share on the left hand side. One of the very first driveways.
Is it just Red and Craig there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And some other lady that lives in the back, but that's none of my business. That's the whole of the property.
Okay.
So,
Is it just you that kind of deals with them, or does Danny too?
and we both do.
Both do.
We both do. Just whoever decides to go, if we do decide to go.
Okay. They both deal the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll do, yeah. So Same thing. They don't even do nothing more than that. That's just what they do. They get all the pills and get all the weed.
How long a time, minutes, seconds did you interact with Mitzi?
Missy, she walked up. I said, "Hey girl, how you doing?" She said, "I'm good." She was like, "How's your mouth?" I said, "Good, good." She was taking her out, but it's hurting like hell. She's like, "Here you go." So that was literally like probably 2-minute conversation, and then she went home and I got in the car and went home.
Did the ordeal give you any relief?
Enough relief to lay down long enough to fall asleep. When I woke up, my mouth was still hurting like hell, but it stayed down back here. The way that I did it with a cotton ball and putting the orange on it, and then just kind of biting down on it, it stayed down long enough for me to.
You found that the Percocets helped with that some?
I didn't take no Percocets back. I haven't taken Percocets in a long time, and I'm not taking any of them. If I do get them for somebody, it's getting them for somebody. So, all I did was cotton ball, orange was on the middle of it, call it up, put it in my mouth, bit on it. When I bit on it, my saliva going in it, made the orange come out, and stay in this general area, which allowed my mouth to get numb enough to let go and go see it.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 13 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight on October 6th of 2022. Now, you mentioned that you did go through the defendant's phone that day
I did.
manually. You talked about just thumbing through the actual phone itself.
Yes.
Did you look at the Cellbrite extraction that day, or was it just manual review?
For me, it was just manual.
Did you look in her text messages with Danny Younkin?
Yes.
And in those text messages, did you see anything that was notable to you in terms of unsent messages?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a drafted message at the bottom that said getting Oragel
When
or
you
headed to get Oragel.
Headed getting Oragel or headed to get Oragel?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me for interrupting you. When you say a drafted text message at the bottom, can you just walk us through? I mean, I think everybody probably has cell phone.
Sure.
Can you walk us through very as clearly as you can what you mean?
Yeah, when you go to text somebody on your phone, you hit the little bubble at the bottom, type what you need to, but you have to send before it actually goes to that person. This was just the draft before she sent it to Daniel.
Just in the box where you type, but you're not hit send yet.
Yes.
Send yet. Okay. On this day, was the defendant kept in the room the entire time?
No.
Was she allowed to go out and smoke?
Yes,
Did that happen multiple times?
it did.
And in fact, on one occasion, did she just show herself out to smoke and walk out?
Yes,
Was she provided with food
several times.
and water?
Yes.
Now, at what point in the day, I guess it's now we're on the morning of the 6th, right?
Yes.
At what point did y'all decide it was time to wrap up and get some sleep?
Well, we had finished at her residence, and shortly after this interview, we arranged transport for the whole family to return to the residence.
Okay, so did the three who were there in the police station that day go back to the house?
They did.
And did you stay there working, or did you go home and get some sleep, or what?
I stayed there for a little while and went home for a little while.
Now, I want to talk to you about the following days. Was there an effort made to follow up on the Misty Oragel story?
Yes.
And who was responsible for following up on the Misty aspect of that story?
Yes. For Misty, it was Special Agent Snyder.
And when did that happen? I mean, he'll testify about it, but when did it happen?
The following day.
Was there an effort to follow up on Danny's whereabouts on the morning of October 5th?
Yes.
And who was tasked with following up on that?
That was Detective Noble and Special Agent Solomon.
Okay. And was there some follow-up on Paul and when he had gotten home and so forth?
Yes.
And who was responsible for that?
Detective Noble and Agent Solomon.
Did they go out to the warehouse and get timesheets and some video?
Yes, the warehouse where everyone worked.
And there was some mention in these interviews of Henry Bubba Moss Jr.
Correct.
And we heard yesterday from 2 FBI agents that were involved in that follow-up
Yes.
From the Augusta FBI office.
Yes.
Now, at some point, did somebody obtain Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s phone records?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe we got the phone number from Special Agent Osden, and then we obtained the phone records afterwards.
And was that Detective Wilkins who got Henry Moss's phone records
I believe so, yes.
and relayed them to you?
Yes.
Now, was there follow-up on the vehicle, the Dodge Journey?
There was.
And what did that involve?
A search warrant was applied for and executed on the vehicle where we examined the inside, the outside, and then we also did what's called an infotainment search warrant.
And what is an infotainment search warrant?
So the electrical box that's in your vehicle, that stores data. So what we do, it's called an infotainment search, and we're just seeing what kind of data is stored in that electrical system.
And what kind of data can you get from those from some vehicles?
From some vehicles, you can get as meticulous as every time a door opened or a light turned on. Others, we don't get anything.
And you as the investigative team tried to do that in this case?
We did.
Was that effort successful?
It was not.
Why not?
That make and model did not have the data in that system.
Okay. But you tried.
We did.
Now, one thing on the vehicle I'd like to ask you about. We heard some testimony from Officer Schenker at cross-examination about a potential spot of blood on the driver's seat.
Yes.
And we also heard him testify that he provided all of his pictures that he took that day to you.
Yes. Everyone was in constant contact with each other.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 84. And how many pages is that?
It is 2 pages and 4 photographs.
2 pages and 4 photographs?
Yes.
Front and back?
They are.
Um, 2 pages front and back.
Correct.
It's on page 1. It's the same picture on the front and back.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Same for page 2.
Yes.
Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are they?
It is the front seat of the Dodge Journey, one with plain light and the second with the alternative light.
Is that the blue star that Officer Schenker was talking about?
Yes.
Where you can see the spots lighting up a little bit.
Correct.
Okay. And is the first picture, can you see the little spots in there as well?
That may be the spots right in the center, but it's not like an apparent red or anything like that.
Okay. Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 84.
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is it this?
And I'll publish this in the jury room.
I don't know what to think about the blood in the seat because they said it was like a pinpoint amount and it's right where she would sit. If you catch my drift, I'm not real sure. But I guess, is
On
that
the
what they're going to
screen
show
here,
us?
Are we seeing the first picture in that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna zoom in here. What do you see there?
3 small dots.
Do they appear on their face to be blood to you?
No, they don't.
Can you tell whether they're fresh or old?
No, it's not. It doesn't look like fresh blood.
Moving to the next image. What are we looking at here?
It is those same 3 dots under the blue star.
Now, you were aware of this during the investigation.
I was.
Did you view it as significant?
No.
Is in an investigation, does every item that you collect or every observation that you or somebody on the team makes turn out to be important?
It does not.
Can you explain what you mean?
Especially in this type of investigation, but really any, you start as broad as possible, collect as much as possible, and look at every single thing you can. And then you start to realize what's important, what's not. And this is one of those that we did not deem important in our investigation.
Let me ask you a question, sort of for example, about electronic devices. How many phones are we going to be talking about in this case?
Of significance, 3.
Okay. How many electronics did y'all seize from the house in the course of the search warrant there?
Probably over 15.
Okay. Old computers, old phones?
Thumb drives, CDs.
And we have about like 37 people on our witness list.
Yes.
How many people were interviewed in the course of this investigation?
Well over 100.
And I think we introduced 100 some images that Officer Schenker took at the residence on
Yes.
September 5th. And how many did he take total?
I believe it was almost 400.
Were some of them in the RV under the carport?
Yeah.
Any reason to think the RV has any relevance to the investigation?
No.
Okay. Were some of them in Billy Joe Howell and Thomas Howell's master bedroom?
Yes.
Any reason to think that room has any relevance to the investigation?
No.
How long do you think it would take to try this case if we were to call every person that you all interviewed and introduce into evidence every picture and item that you all collected at the broad stage of the investigation early on?
Including the canvas that Special Agent Osden provided, months.
Thank you. Now, one more question in reference to the driver's seat and little spots. I have to ask you this. On October 5th at headquarters, you interacted with the defendant a lot.
Yes.
Was she menstruating that day?
She mentioned that she was, yes.
And did she have to go to the bathroom a couple of times to apply feminine hygiene products?
Yes.
Thank you. Was there a follow-up with these 3 cell phones that you all had taken that day?
Specifically Leilani's.
Can you tell me about that?
So at Chatham County Police Department, our system's called Celebrate that does the forensic extraction we talked about. Savannah Police Department, though, has a system that can do a deeper dive into the phone. It's called Gray Key.
And what happened in reference to the defendant's phone?
Yep. Detective Cox reached out to Savannah Police, and they did a Gray Key extraction of her cell phone.
And did that have something to do with the fact that it was an iPhone?
I believe so. iPhones like to be difficult.
Now, was there a follow-up done in reference to the Chevron/Azalea issue?
There was, yes.
Can you tell us, generally speaking, about that?
Yes. We went out and looked for video footage in that area. The Chevron gas station as well as Azalea Mobile Home Park both had cameras.
And when you said we went out, were you involved in that?
I was.
And what day was that?
That was on the 6th, the following day.
Okay. So you were involved in the video canvas in that area?
Correct.
Were you there when they collected the footage that day?
I was not.
And was there follow-up in reference to the dumpsters and garbage trucks and ultimately the landfill?
Yes.
And who was the point person for that?
That would be Detective Noble.
Now, we heard some testimony yesterday from Special Agent Austin about the involvement of the CARD team. Can you remind us of what that acronym stands for?
Yes, it's the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, and we asked him to come down and assist.
Now, were you the lead detective for the Chatham County Police Department at this point?
Yes,
And who was the lead for the FBI?
Agent Brad Snyder.
Did the two of you work directly with the CARD team?
We did.
And can you tell us about what that involved?
We wanted as much information and as many resources as the CARD team could give us. One of those things was a template for a canvas that our team did.
And what did the canvas operation look like? Where did y'all do those things?
So canvassing, easily broken down, was just knocking on every single person's door. We did Buckholter Road, Garrard Avenue, into Azalea, as well as I-95 and Highway 204 area.
And what was the manpower requirement involved in this thing, this canvas operation?
We broke out into 3 teams, those 3 separate locations. Each team probably had roughly 30 law enforcement officers.
And how many teams now?
3,
3 teams?
so around 90.
Okay. And how many days did this canvas operation take?
I believe it took 2 days.
And did each encounter involve filling out a questionnaire?
It did.
And those are questionnaires Special Agent Austin talked about?
Yes.
And did they help you tailor those for this case?
Yes, he did.
I'd like to approach with an object that I do not intend to introduce into evidence, but I would like to just talk about it a little bit. And just to make the record clear on what this is, what is this here? What are we looking at?
This is binder 4 of my case file. It is the template canvas sheets that were filled out.
What size binder is that?
It is a 5-inch binder.
And roughly how many pages of interview form canvas questionnaires are in there?
700.
That is one big case file. Holy crap. She's thinking, yeah, I did have my work cut out. Her facial expressions.
Did you guys also set up a tip line?
We did.
What is a tip line?
So we just used a extra cell phone, and we put up a voicemail advising people to call this number, or excuse me, we put about a notice advising people to call this number if they had any information on Quinton Simon's disappearance. And then a voicemail was set up asking whoever was calling to give us as much information, and we would call back if it was something to follow up on.
Was that something that was done on the advice of the CARD team?
Yes.
As part of the best practices in investigating a child disappearance, or
Yes.
possible abduction?
Yes.
Tell me about the manpower involved in responding to tip line calls.
One of the detectives at all times was assigned to the phone and to follow up on each one of the voicemails that was left, to review them to see whether or not they needed additional follow-up.
Does the Chatham County Police Department have a dive team?
We do, yes.
Was the dive team involved in on October 5th, 2022, or the days following?
Yes.
What is the dive team?
So it's, I think it's in connection with Marine Patrol, but it's scuba divers who have the proper qualifications and do search and rescue.
And did the dive team do anything? in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell us about those things?
Yes, behind the residence is a in-ground pool that had a layer of algae on it, and standing above it, you weren't able to see inside. So the dive team went in and made sure there was nothing inside the pool. As well as during our canvas, there's several ponds in the area, and they made sure to look through those as well.
I think you've already said that you did receive the defendant's cell right extraction from Sergeant Coleman of the forensics unit.
Yes,
And did you review the extraction of her phone?
yes,
And did you find any evidence in her phone revealing anything about the state of her relationship with Danny Younkin in the days, weeks, months leading up to October 4th?
yes.
Can you describe that to us in broad terms, please?
Through their text messages, it was pretty apparent what kind of relationship they had.
Anything other than text messages?
There was some concerning web searches as well.
Any videos?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a clip that was recorded on August 6th of 2022 where Leilani was blaming Daniel basically for the suicide that she was about to go commit.
Now, have we prepared a couple of exhibits capturing the things that you just described?
Yes,
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States 18?
I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
It is a series of text messages between Leilani and Daniel.
And were those pulled from the cell right extraction performed by Sergeant Coleman?
They are, yes.
Do you see a disc marked as States Exhibit 19?
I do.
What is that?
I believe it is the suicide video.
The video that you just described.
Yes,
And do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 20?
I do.
And what is that?
It is a web search that was found on her cell phone.
Do you know how to introduce these items in as States 18, 19, and 20?
Any objections?
With regard to 18, Judge, no objection. Is there 19 or 20? No objection as to 19. No objection as to the, I think, the photograph. And no objection as to number 20, which is.
Okay, so states exhibits 18, 19, and 20 are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, at this time I'll publish States Exhibit 18. And may I have a seat?
Yes.
Thank you. We have on the screen here slide 1 of States Exhibit 18. And what I'd like to do with this exhibit is just have you tell us the date of the message and read the message, okay?
So this was sent on 7/12/22. It says, I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved, not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wondering how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice.
Slide 2.
Sent on 7/15/22. And I damn sure ain't the reason why you talk to other bitches in the first goddamn place or you put your dick in to begin with.
Slide 3.
On 8/6/22. Yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is good enough. Never was, never will be.
Now, the video that's been introduced into evidence is State's Exhibit 19. When was this video? Were you able to tell when the video was filmed?
Yes, we were.
Okay. What was the date that video was filmed?
On August 6th.
At this time, I will publish State's Exhibit 19.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinton. Mama tried. Your mama's not here no more because she doesn't want you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. Sky, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were gonna be such a good man one day. Just a good man. I hope you grow up and you learn what loyalty is. And you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quinton, baby, you are a middle child. You're so happy all the time. You smile all the time. I wish I could see what kind of man you would be too. And Danny, I loved you. I loved you with all of me, all of my heart. I loved you. I worshiped the ground you walked on. When we found each other, we were both in such fragile states. And I built you back up. I would do anything for you. But during this time that I was building you back up, you were doing things that would eventually tear me back down. And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. If you truly loved me like you claimed, you wouldn't have done all that. Even when I was carrying your child and hating myself every fucking day, crying myself to sleep every fucking night because you did not want to have sex with me. You did not want to love me. You just did not want me. And I wanted you. I wanted you. I wanted you more than like yourself. But you've proven that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids. Okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And my kids turning up at the river now, my daddy.
All right, moving back to State's Exhibit 18, slide 3. So is it the case that that message on slide 3 was sent the same day that video was filmed?
Yes.
Slide 4.
This is on August 22nd in 2022. There's no being past it when you have done nothing to make me feel better about myself, when you have done nothing to make me feel like you still want me like you did before, so stop.
Slide 5.
This is on September 9th. Hope you had fun with whatever bitch you met up with.
Slide 6.
Also September 9th. You can take everybody else's feelings into consideration, but you don't take mine. You can hang out with everybody else, but you don't want to hang out with me when I want you to.
Slide 7.
September 9th. I really fucking wish I never drove to North Carolina to meet you. That was the biggest mistake I could have ever made.
Slide 8.
September 9th. No matter how much I stress how I'm feeling, you don't give a shit. No matter how much I scream and cry, you don't change nothing. You say doing the same thing or being even more distant or hanging out with anybody but me.
Slide 9.
September 10th. You're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself.
Slide 10.
September 10th. When I was pregnant and moved down here for my kids, you chose other women or porn to satisfy you, not me.
Slide 11.
September 10th. When I need reassurance, you continue to change password to hide phones to have it on silent.
Slide 12.
These are both on September 17th, and they are requesting for Daniel to join Life 360.
So that text in the box, would that be text that she typed or more like a link that she sent to him?
A link.
Requesting that he do what now? Reading those first few words.
Join my Life 360 circle.
Can you tell us how far apart these two invitations were in time?
24 minutes.
Slide 13. This one is exceedingly difficult to make out on the screen. So can you walk us through what slide 13 is?
So these are both on 9/18. Excuse me, all four of these are on 9/18, and they're all the same hyperlink sent to Daniel.
Separately?
Yes.
Slide 14.
Sent on September 21st. I'm tired of begging for sexual attention.
Slide 15.
Sent on September 21st. I'm not good enough to fuck. Not good enough to even try to fuck.
Slide 16.
Both sent on September 21st. No, I don't feel amazing. I feel like I'm a girlfriend that you got to hide your shit around because you don't want me to know what the fuck you're up to. I feel like I'm just the person that you keep around because you're comfortable with me, not because you want me. I'm tired of feeling like I'm sexually worthless.
Slide 17.
On September 21st, no, I don't know you love me. I know you're comfortable with me. I know you're used to me. I know you don't want me to love anybody else, but I do not think you love me because you do not want to have sex with me. You do not want to spend time with me if you do not want to do anything with me anymore.
Now, slide 18, this one looks different from all the other ones, right?
Yes.
Was this one, in fact, taken from Danny's phone?
Yes,
But is it from the defendant?
it is.
And can we tell that because of the phone number and the way he has her saved?
Yes.
Right. And he had her saved as what?
Lonnie baby.
Now, can you read this message for us, please? Well, actually, let me ask you this. When was this one sent?
The day before Quinn's disappearance was reported.
Okay. What date and time specifically?
October 4th.
At what time of day? And look carefully before answering, please.
It's at 1:49 a.m.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and read it, please.
So I fell asleep on the couch for a min after I came back in. Woke up because Sky was starting to fuss. So I made her a bottle, right? Then as soon as I'm about to crawl into bed with you, I hear my phone go off. So I go to check it, and it was like 360 saying, ask Daniel to charge his phone. So when I opened the app and saw that your phone was at 1%, I won't lie, it made me start to think again. And there is a possibility that I'm just overthinking. But here are what my thoughts were. He knows we got to work in the morning. He was just on his phone literally right before he laid down. Why didn't he plug it in? Well, he said he wanted me to be nice, so I guess I'll plug it in for him. My dumbass literally grabbed the charger and then went to grab your phone, but guess what? What happened when I got to that point, Danny? I couldn't find your phone. I don't understand how you expect me to believe when you say I'm not doing anything wrong or I don't have anything to hide, when one, you never let me look at your phone without a fight, even when I offer mine in exchange. Two, you always 24/7 keep your phone on you when you're awake and hide it when you're asleep. And three, never leave it around me at all. SMH. Even when we have work and your phone is almost dead, when it's time to lay down, you still choose to risk it, possibly dying and us missing work. All because what? Because to me, it's because you have something to hide. Because why else would anyone do anything? Because why else would anyone do the things you do if they weren't hiding something?
Do you know what SMH means?
Shake my head.
And so this would have been in the middle of the night before the morning of the trip to the dentist.
Yes.
Was there an effort made to follow up on what exactly happened at the dentist?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 21?
Yes.
What is that?
The top page is a certification of medical records from Aspen Dental. And then the following pages are the medical records from Leilani Simon's dental work.
Specifically the dental work on the morning of October 4th.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer these in the States Exhibit 21.
No objection, Judge. It hasn't happened in the business record.
All right, and 21 is exhibit is admitted without objection.
We don't need to belabor this, but do these records show that she did in fact have a tooth pulled that morning?
Yes.
Now, during this investigation, did you follow up with Michelle McCarty?
I did.
And did you conduct interviews with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct an interview with her daughter, Talia McCarty?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct some follow-up on Quinton himself?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain his past medical records?
Yes,
And is this a normal step in a child death case?
it is.
Where did you yourself get medical records from?
The 2 search warrants I did were from the local pediatrics office. Well, locals in Georgia.
What was your goal in getting his medical records? To get some of them, to get all of them, what?
All of them.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 27?
Yes,
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a search warrant order for medical specialist in Waynesboro, Georgia.
What type of practice is that?
I believe it's a pediatric medical facility.
And how did you know to go there for Quinton's medical records?
I believe it was in interviews with Leilani, the family, as well as Billy Joe.
That's a past pediatrics clinic that he had been seen at.
Yes,
And did you send that search warrant to that practice?
yes,
And did they turn around to you his pediatric records from there?
yes, they did.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 27.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, what is State's Exhibit 28?
It is a order, an additional search warrant for some more medical records.
From what practice?
It is the J.C. Lewis Primary Health Care here in Savannah.
I thought J.C. Lewis was a car dealership. Is that not the case? Or?
I guess they have several buildings.
Okay, so they have a pediatrics clinic or indigent care clinic or something? like
Yes,
that? Okay. It was at Quinton's last pediatrician.
to my knowledge, yes.
Did you send them this search warrant?
I did.
And did they turn around his pediatrics records to you?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I would introduce this in State's Exhibit 28.
No objection.
Did any other detectives involved in this case get additional medical records for him at your direction?
Yes,
And who was that?
Detective Cox.
And did she provide the records that she obtained to you?
Yes, she did.
Did you incorporate all of the medical records you got into your case file?
Yes, I did.
And did you turn them over to our office
Yes, I did.
so that they would be turned over to the defense as well?
Yes.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is a search warrant sent to Verizon.
And what number is it for?
It is for 912-547-5275.
Whose phone number is that?
Leilani Simons.
Did you send that search warrant to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
This is a search warrant you prepared?
Yes.
And did Verizon turn responsive records around to you?
Yes.
They gave you her phone records?
Yes.
Do you see a disc labeled State's Exhibit 24?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is the response I received from Verizon containing Leilani Simon's cell phone records.
Did Detective Cox also get some cell phone records in this case?
Yes.
Did she provide all the cell phone records that she got to you?
Yes, she did.
And did she obtain records from Life 360 directly?
Yes.
And did she provide those to you?
Yes, she did.
Were all of the phone records obtained in this case and the Life 360 records provided to the FBI for analysis?
Yes, they were.
And were the cell phone extractions, both the 3 cell right extractions and the 1 gray key extraction, were those provided to the FBI for analysis?
Yes.
I would introduce states 23 and 24 into evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with regards to states 23, subject to the court's ruling regarding some of those text messages, we don't have any other objection other than that. What was 24 again?
Records from the carrier themselves.
Let me reverse that. As to 23, no objection to the search warrant, Judge. As to 24, no objection, subject to the court's ruling on those text messages.
All right, thank you. 23 is admitted, 24 is admitted subject to the earlier ruling.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 25?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a emergency situation disclosure from Verizon. It's a form they had us fill out.
Okay. And what was that form for?
It is for cell phone records.
What's the area code that you are looking for records for?
It is 706 area code.
All right. And whose phone number is that? All
Henry Moss.
right. What's the full number?
It is 706-526-1978.
And who sent this to Verizon?
Detective Wilkins.
Okay. And did he receive responsive records and provide them to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 25? I'm sorry, 26.
Yes, 26.
And if you don't, just tell me.
I have 26.
Okay. What is that?
It is a response from Verizon for that phone number.
Your Honor, I would offer 25 and 26 into evidence at this time.
No objection, 25 and 26, Judge.
Thank you. 25 and 26 are admitted.
Have I formally offered 28, Madam?
Madam Clerk has,
Yes, yes, ma'am. I just don't remember whether I actually offered it or not. It's been admitted. Thank you. Now, you testified about the fact that Special Agent Snyder went out and talked to Misty, right?
Yes.
And that you all did this video canvas at Chevron and Azalea, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that both of those things happened on the 6th or the 7th or something along those lines?
Yes.
On October 8th, did the defendant come to the FBI office in Savannah for an additional interview?
Yes, she did.
And who conducted this interview?
Bridget Brock.
Is she an FBI agent?
Yes, she is.
And did she come down from Quantico, Virginia for the purpose of interviewing the defendant?
Yes.
And were you present in the building for that interview?
Yes, I was.
And were you watching it in real time?
Yes.
Were you in the room?
I was not in the room.
How were you watching it in real time?
Through the security camera in the room, we put it up on the monitor and watched.
Okay, so you were watching on like a live feed from a different room.
Yes.
Do you know the video recording equipment in the interview room that the defendant was in to have been working during that time period?
Yes.
In fact, you yourself conducted interviews in that room with other people.
Yes.
And have you reviewed the videos from those interviews?
I have, yes.
And did those interviews fairly and accurately depict what was said between you and your subject?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 22?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know what that is?
I believe it's the interview from the October 8th interview.
Now, has that one also, as with the October 5th interviews, been redacted to some degree to comply with orders of the court?
Yes, it has.
Does it otherwise fairly and accurately depict at least the relevant portion of Bridget Brock's interview with the defendant on October 8th?
Yes.
Now, did Bridget Brock confront the defendant in this interview with the fact that video footage showed her not stopping at the Chevron, but rather pulling into Azalea and remaining stationary at the dumpsters for 2 minutes?
Yes, she's directly confronted with that.
And what did the defendant have to say to that?
She says that that did not occur.
Did Bridget Brock tell her that Misty had been interviewed and had told the FBI that she hadn't seen the defendant that night?
Yes.
And what did the defendant have to say to that?
She says it did occur, that she did talk to Misty.
Did the earlier 204 trip also come up?
Yes.
And what did she say on the 8th about what the purpose of that trip was?
To pay off a drug front for marijuana.
And is that the same story she had told about it on the 5th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm ready to publish this interview. It is, however, 12:25, and I will throw that out there before I do so.
How long approximately is the video?
I'd have to check.
Anyway, you expect it to take some time. So I'm going to turn to the jury. I know we started a little late this morning with taking evidence. Do you want to go through this at this point? We can go a while longer before we stop for lunch. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Why don't we continue on before we take a break? Does anyone need a comfort break at this time?
I do.
I was gonna say, I think I do too. So, let's break for about 15 minutes. I think we all need to stand up before we start up again. So, just again, remember, don't discuss the case, and remember the
Jury is not entering.
and members of the jury, were you able to comply with instructions? No discussion about the case and no research.
I was muted. Thank you. I was saying, I appreciate all of you that are watching, those that are chatting. Thank you so much. But I appreciate those of you that are just watching and listening. And I understand not everybody can chat. So thank you as well for being here. And of course, we are just skipping through the breaks and the lunches. So when she says a time, know that we're not on that same time. And sorry about being muted. Thanks for letting me know.
Okay, very good. Mr. Dean.
When we left off, I was asking you about State's Exhibit 22, which you identified as the October 8th, 2022 interview recording of the defendant's interview with FBI agent Bridget Brock, right?
Yes.
And that was conducted at the FBI office in Savannah.
Yes.
Did the defendant come in willingly and voluntarily to talk to Special Agent Brock?
Yes, she did.
How was it arranged with the defendant?
I believe it was a conversation that we had on October 5th to do an additional interview later on.
And she didn't have a problem with that?
She did not know.
How did she get to the FBI office on the 8th?
One of the investigators drove her.
Okay. And was that in part at least because the car was still being held in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the interview with Bridget Brock, where did she go? The defendant, I mean, not Bridget.
She returned to the hotel room she had been staying at.
How did she get there?
I drove her.
Your Honor, at this time I would introduce 22 into evidence.
No objection, subject to the redactions.
Thank you. It's in, well, you may tender it.
Before I do that, I want to circle back and just publish one exhibit that I neglected to publish earlier, and that's State's Exhibit 20. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Remind us again of what that is.
It is a web search from Leilani's phone.
All right. Does this document tell you when this search was conducted?
Yes.
And when was it conducted?
October 1st of 2022 at 1:10 a.m.
And it says on here that the source is Safari.
Yes.
What is Safari?
An internet browser.
And can you read into the record the text of that search?
Yes. Is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger towards her child because of the father or another reason?
Now that said, I will go back to State's Exhibit 22 and publish this.
Sometimes situations, listen to me, Leilani, sometimes situations happen and it's not meant, right? And people have situations they get in where, they don't know what to do and they panic, right? And the night that before Quinton disappeared, right, you had a rough day, right? Yes, I had drugs and this, right. So your mom was free, that's stressful, right? You had your wisdom teeth taken out, you're hurting, in pain, right? You still gotta cook dinner for the kids. My understanding, you and Danny aren't getting along that night either, right? And sometimes people just get frustrated, right? And we do rash things, right? And things happen that we didn't mean to happen, right? And then we don't know how to deal with that, and we panic. And I know you know what happened. I don't know. And I know you know where Quinton is. I don't know where he is. Right? I don't know where he is. And here's why I know, right? Because the story that you already told law enforcement, that you've got that story in your mind, and you've been rehearsing it quite a while. I mean, you were like spot on what you told the other people, right? And we've already analyzed that. Your 360, right? Your cell phone data, right? Where you've been, right? And there's inconsistencies who you talk to, right? Okay. Okay. All right. So we know you to go to the SharePoint station. Yeah, that was on the left 360. It shows where I pulled it and around. No, you didn't. But we know where you went. It shows where I pulled it and around. We know where you went because we have video screens. Yes, I understand that. Okay. And it's not where the Chevron is. It is. The Chevron is right next to it. Well, stop. I mean, seriously, the Chevron is right next to it. Stop. You've gone off this story for a while now, and I know it's not true. It is. Leilani, we're not going to make any progress unless. I understand, Jersey. I'm being truthful. This is Chevron. This is Zelia. That's where I pulled into. I turned around. I was going to control. This baby was in that bed when I left that house. Leilani, calm down. We're not getting anywhere, right? We're going to get to the bottom of this. Yes. Right? But you have to be honest. I'm being honest. We know through video surveillance you were not at that Chevron. But we do know where you were at. I pulled into the Zelia house. Don't worry, I don't know if it works. We're going to pull it around. And I told them that it was right next to Chevron. Not at Chevron, right next to Chevron. So tell me that again. What did you just say?
She was making a reference there to what she had told you and Special Agent Snyder on the 5th, right?
Yes.
And what is she saying she had told you?
That it was right next to the Chevron
The place that she met?
that she
Misty?
went to. Yes.
Is that what she told you on the 5th?
It is not.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she met Misty at the Chevron, and she wrote it in her written statement.
More than once, right?
Yes.
And that was stopped at 3 minutes into the file, which is 12:32:40 on the timestamp in the bottom left corner of the video.
Pulled in, got the order, turned around, and went back home.
And how did you turn around?
Pulled straight around the neighborhood.
What neighborhood?
The one right next to Chevron, it's Azalea, right next to it.
Azalea? And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's trailer park.
It's a trailer park?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the trailer park, you pulled right back out?
Yes, I pulled it in and I pulled it out.
Okay, so why does video surveillance show you stopping
Stopping to get that order job.
within the trailer park?
Getting the order job.
You're not near the Chevron?
No, she lives in the Chevron. Pulled in, I
Who's she?
Misty, the one who gave me, I gave her as much information
Well,
as I could.
let's talk about that, okay? Because Misty hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
And
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the origin.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and plausibly you came up with a story that is partly true.
No, that is true.
But there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there.
I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told them I even gave her the order that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
I got no order. That did happen. She had that low inside her mouth. That's the reason why I asked her for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
Right? And Lonnie, right? To get through this, you're gonna have to talk about what happened.
I'm told
And where
everybody
you took
what happened.
and where you took Quinton.
I didn't take him anywhere.
Okay?
I didn't take him anywhere. He was at the house. He was in that bed. I was just here. I was just sitting where I'm in the bed. The only thing that I sit there and possibly made myself on is when I came back in after I smoked a cigarette and I may not have shut that door all the way. And that's all I made me advise somewhere. That's the only thing I've been questioning myself about. I was looking at drugs in my system. I couldn't even feel my mouth. So I don't know if I locked that door and pushed it all the way in and it was open when I got up. And I'm sticking to everything that I've said because I'm telling the truth. I
So
questioned
let's talk
everything.
about the door. The door was closed when you
No, that's what they say, but the door was open. And Danny said that when he left, that the door,
Right.
that door that they said was open from 2:30 to 5:44 was shut when he left. I think my system was messed up. And that's what I told them, because the door was open when I got up and my baby was not in that bed.
well, Lonnie, the door wasn't open.
Yes, it was.
And look,
Yes, it was. The door was open.
you said like you would never hurt or harm
No,
Quinton.
no, I wouldn't.
And in this circumstance, something happened,
No,
right?
no, I did not. Nothing happened when he was in my care. I did not hurt him. I did not take him anywhere. I went in there with that baby in that bed and I got up with him gone. Okay?
Okay.
I am devastated. I've seen him being questioned. Now, last night, my own husband was questioning me, making me question myself. Well, did you shut that door? Are you sure you're not the reason that something could happen? I mean, it's stuff like that.
Well, you keep telling yourself this story over and over. We're done with that story, right? And you can keep trying to convince yourself, but the evidence does not point to that, right? You try to put a timeline together to cover up
I didn't trust nothing together. I had
what
to
happened that
shower.
night, and you're the only one that can tell us what happened.
I'm doing
And you said
everything. And I know, like, I didn't even listen. My baby was shaking me.
Leilani, listen to me. You told me how you felt when you and your mom were abandoned on the side of the road. Right?
I was devastated. I was
You
lost. I was scared.
right? So as a mother, look, we just want to find Quinton,
Yes,
right?
we do. We all do. I've been asking help, searching everything.
And they have been. They're still out there searching, right? But you can help us find him, right? I 100% believe that. You can help us find
He
him.
was in the bed when I went to sleep.
So when you left and you drove through the trailer park and you stopped for a while,
I didn't stop for a while.
What was going through your mind?
Let's go through the mind, get the order up, because I did speak to her, and I did get order up.
So you did not talk to Missy?
Yes, I did.
We've already talked about that.
I spoke to Missy.
And until you start being 100% honest with me, you're going down the same road, okay? We're not getting anywhere. You said you wanted to be helpful.
I do. That's why I've done everything I can, and I don't know where my baby is. Okay, I don't know.
Right, so.
I did not hurt him, but I don't know where he's at. He was in that bed when I woke up.
So, you know, what we do know is that when you pulled into the trailer park, you stopped. Right? I can't imagine what was going through your mind at that time, right? Where you were trying to make a decision.
No, I stopped for, I was gone in the house for a total of 12 minutes. I stopped for 2 minutes. I was getting the word. I was from her.
Right?
Pulled around, and there she was.
You didn't see Misty.
Yes, I did.
You stopped for 2 minutes, so in that 2 minutes, you weren't getting orange out for Misty.
Yes.
I know you were sitting there thinking about what you're gonna do with Quinton.
No, I was not.
Something had already happened.
No, it was not. That baby was in my bed when I went to bed. Danny seen him when he loved to go to work. Okay? So no, he was home. He was in our bed. He was asleep.
Right. And we both know that's not true.
He is true. He was home.
Yeah.
He was even Danny. Even he said he seen him before he went to work. So I don't understand how that could not be true. Or how I could have done something to him. Like, what? Went something in the morning? That's literally physically impossible when he was seen that morning.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
I don't know about my baby.
So Danny told us that he can't 100% confirm that he actually saw Quinton in the crib that morning.
So he told me that he 100% said he's seen him.
He's told us that he cannot say that. Right?
He was in
And
that bed.
that's different than the first night, right? That you guys talked to police, because you put that in your statement.
Yeah, so that he told me 100% that he seen him that morning.
He cannot 100% say that he saw Quinton that morning. And so that leaves another hole in your story, right?
No, that's what he told me. That he got a phone call and
I'm
screaming and yelling, "Where's my baby?
I'm telling you
Where's my
right now,
baby?"
that's not the case. Because we know that you know what happened.
I do not know what happened.
You do,
I don't.
right?
I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know where the fuck he would be gone. He was in the bed when I went to sleep, and then when I got up, he was gone. I was freaking out, screaming, yelling, crying, calling the ambulance, searching the house.
As many times as you repeat that story, it doesn't make it true.
But it is true.
It's not true.
It is.
Right? And you used to talk about how much you love your
I do.
kids.
I love them all, but that is true.
And you want to help us find Quinton.
Yes.
And you can do that,
And I'm trying.
right?
I'm trying. Which is why I get my phone. Which is why I have this property because I have been. I do not know where my baby is. And I wish I did because he'd be right here.
Right.
He really would.
And if you
And I
really,
don't know. I'm
want
getting angry right now because I did not do anything with my child.
if you really want to help us find Quinton, help me keep that promise with you. Tell us where he's at.
I've told y'all everything. Y'all
I
have
want to keep that promise.
Yes, I have. Yeah, I'm keeping it because I've told y'all everything. I even gave y'all the only thing I had to track every single place that I've gone to. Every single place. For months I showed y'all where I went to.
Months.
Yeah, on that last 360.
Oh, 360.
Yes, it shows my route.
We're concerned
It
about.
shows my stops. I did not do anything with that child. He was in that bed when I went to bed.
We're concerned about that night, okay? Because of inconsistency with your story and evidence that shows otherwise, including the interview with Misty. You can say you talked to her all day long, but that is not true.
It is.
It's true you went into the trailer park, so we had videos of this
It's
stuff.
true that I got the order gel from her because I have the order gel in the slide.
It's true that you parked in the trailer park.
I stopped for 2 seconds to get the order gel.
You said 2 minutes.
But you know what I mean.
Okay.
I was gone for a total of 12 minutes from the house.
Right, and you stopped in front of the dumpster.
No.
Yes.
They already stopped next to it.
No.
I had to stop in front of it. That was the front of the neighborhood. Right there is the front of the neighborhood.
Okay.
I don't know what my baby is.
Okay. So, we're putting together bits and pieces from what you originally told us with the evidence we've collected so far.
I don't know what my baby
You
is.
know where Quinton
I do
is.
not.
You know what happened.
I do not. I really do not know what happened.
you're in pain, you're in an argument with Danny, I haven't been in that situation, but I think you could help me understand what that was like and what kind of got you to the point of really what happened in that house that night.
Nothing happened though.
But
Nothing happened.
Nobody thinks you're a horrible person.
Because I didn't do him. I didn't do anything. I didn't take him anywhere. That baby was at that house all night long. And I know.
But given circumstances, things happen and we don't mean for them to. Okay? Doesn't make you a horrible person.
I understand that.
It makes you a human
I didn't
being.
hurt him, and I don't know where he's at, and I want him home. I did not hurt him. I did not take him nowhere. The last time he was in my car was when I picked him up about 4:30 in the afternoon.
And as a mother, going through this, like I said, sometimes things happen and we don't mean for them to. It doesn't mean anything was done intentionally. But like I said, you were going through a lot that night.
I didn't hurt my baby.
Okay.
I don't know where he is.
And being in that situation, sometimes people panic.
That is my final answer to y'all's question. I did not hurt him. I do not know where he was. And the last person that told me that he 100% seen him in that bed when I called him and asked him where Quinton was Danny. That is my last thing I've got to say. Their story has not changed. I did out everything that I could. I've gone through this over and over and over and over and over. That's what I do.
And I'm trying to explain to you that there's inconsistencies in your story.
But I've shown everything.
And
Everything that makes my mind.
it doesn't add up. It really doesn't.
It's because there's a piece of the puzzle missing, but it's not me.
It's you.
It's not.
It's absolutely.
It is not me.
It is absolutely. And you can repeat that over and over and over again. It doesn't make it true.
It's not me. It's not me. I did not do everything with my baby. I put him in bed. I set out his clothes for the next morning. I didn't do anything to him.
I want to help tell your story. Like I said, you're a whole person. You have 3 kids. You obviously love them. You talk about bathing them that night, playing with them, putting them to bed. That shows a caring mother.
I didn't do anything to my baby. And if I did, just like I told my mother, y'all would have already had him. And I would already be behind bars myself. But I didn't do anything to that child. I didn't question. Are you sure that you shut that door? Are you sure that you shut it all the way? If you don't shut it all the way, the thing would just stop coming. Right? I don't know. You gotta push it really hard. I was loopy on my medication. Loopy as hell. I had to use Life 360 just to make sure that my times were right about when I left the house and got home.
Right. And that helps out the timeline. But like I said, you're not being 100% completely honest with us. And I want to help Leilani tell her story about what happened, right? When we have circumstances like this, sometimes things happen. We don't mean them to. Doesn't make us a bad person. But this has been in the news a lot, right?
It's been all over.
I've
been harassed at the hospital about it. Got people up in my face yelling at me.
What did they say at the hospital?
What did they say? You're not worthy of being a mother. If anything should have happened to anybody, it should have happened to you.
Right. So
that's all I said. I agree.
Let me tell you about. Let me go over that with you, okay? You have an opportunity to tell me what happened, because that's how society's going to see you. It is Leilani, this monster that deliberately did this, or was Leilani just in a situation that got out of control, right? And it was out of control before she knew it, right? And there was no coming back from it.
I didn't do anything to him. I'm not a missing piece of the puzzle, you understand? I was in my bed. Danny said he shook me. He said he checked on all the kids. He said he's seen them all. That's what he told me when I called him at 9-something, screaming that I couldn't find my baby.
So here's your statement, Leilani. I read through it. And it's like a note down here. It says, please do everything possible to bring our little man home, right? Bring him home to me, please. And that's what we're trying to do, right? you can keep denying all this and sticking to that story, but both you and I know that you can make that happen.
If I could, I already would have.
Right? You can make this
If I
happen.
could, I already
You
would have.
absolutely can make
I
this happen.
can't, because I don't know where he is, and I don't know what happened to him. Do I believe that something happened that night? Yes. Was it me? No. It was not.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What was it?
I don't know. He was asleep before I left the house at all after we picked him up. He was asleep in that playpen. Then he verified that too.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So, okay, let's talk about that. Let me go grab that and I'll be right back, okay? Is that cool? Just, you brought it up, we'll talk about it, okay? Let me make sure they can look at this. Alright. So let's go over some things, okay? You keep saying, when we're talking about Quinton, this, right? You keep talking about he was there the first time he came back.
Yeah, he was there every time.
Okay. Let's talk about the second time he came back.
He was there when I started smoking cigarette. Before I did, I checked on all the kids. Like, moved his hair in his face. He forgot to blanket, put him up to it. And when I started smoking my cigarette, and when it started, I went to bed.
And the timeline is talking about, so when you drive through the trailer park and you park, that's not in any of your statements. Your statements are you went to the Chevron.
Next to the telephone.
Okay.
That's when I was going around. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled it out and left. That's the only reason that wasn't in there. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled out and left. I just had to explain where I went.
Right. Well, it's completely different, right? So let's go through when you got back. What did you do?
Oh, went outside, smoked a cigarette, went to bed. That was after I checked on Quinton, and Zane, and Scott. All three.
All three.
I checked on all three of them.
Okay, so the second time you came back, Quinton was in his plane.
So that's fine.
And
He had his hair hanging out in front of his face right here. I knew it. His face said, okay, rolled over, and he grabbed one hit and he was asleep.
right. And you keep mentioning that you were loopy. Why were you loopy if you're on ibuprofen?
Because they had
Because ibuprofen
they
that
injected my mouth with 3 different shots.
Right.
When they gave it to me. One was to kind of sedate me, one was to numb it. I don't know what the other one was.
Okay. Those are all surface pain medicines, right? Get you through the surgery.
I don't know. It was,
But ibuprofen doesn't make you loopy.
I was like, that the medicine and everything that they had, and they had put more, they injected me twice with it because I was still numb, it wasn't numb.
Right. So we need to unmask what it is that happened, right? And we gotta get there.
Yes,
And you have to help me do that.
I'm helping everything I can. I do not believe my baby. He was in my bed when I went to sleep, and when I got up, he was gone. When I called Daniel and asked him, is for some reason, did you just take the put him to the babysitters, or what? Where's he at? Where's my baby? And he said, no, he was there when I left the house. I said, well, he's not here now. So he left work and called babysitter.
Well, we've gone over that several times, right? And that's the story you keep repeating over and over and over. And the thing about 8:59 in the morning, yeah, you probably did have that conversation with him. But we're talking about the night of Quinton going missing, right?
He was in that bed.
And what truly happened
He was in that bed.
in that house.
He was in that bed when I went to sleep. When me and my mom was sitting here trying to discuss what happened between 2:30 and 5:44 when that back door was supposed to be supposedly open.
Let's talk about that, right?
That's what I wanted. That's what me and her were confused about too.
So you're talking about, going through the night, you left about 10:30 to go to 204 to get $20 or pay somebody $20. Okay. And who are you paying the $20 to?
Red.
And what for?
For weed.
For weed.
Yeah, I would have $20.
Okay. And then you return back home.
Yes.
Okay. So when you return back home, that's the first time you return back home.
Yes.
later on in the night, and you talk about your statement too, you talk about the, leaving, and I think you and Danny had an argument too at some point in time, right?
It was, because of the lack of sexual tension that I was getting frustrated with, which was the whole reason why I left anyways, to get on the crazy with him.
Okay. So you got back,
It's like,
with Danny, and then you got back up at some point.
yeah, because I couldn't get comfortable.
You couldn't get comfortable. And when you got back, I mean, take me through, and in general, I don't need times or anything like that, just in
I
general.
was uncomfortable, I was laying there for a little while, it was like almost 2 hours, I was laying there, and I couldn't get to sleep, my ear was just hurting. But I got contact with getting wardrobe. At first I called Circle Pain, they didn't have any wardrobe. So that's why I got brought over her. Came out there, rode up the road, pulled in, put in the neighborhood, got it, went around.
Okay.
I went home. And I went home, and when I was outside the front door, smoked a cigarette, shut the door, went to bed.
Okay, so the second time you came home,
And I did check on Quinton before I went outside, all 3 of them, because it's hard not to. The doors are here, here's Quinton, here's Scott, and here's Zane.
so you're back home, and then, after you got back home around 2 o'clock, the dining room door opened and closed again. Is that what you're talking about, the cigarette?
No, my cigarettes, I got home at like 1:25. I was home before 2. I was laying down before 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So I went outside, smoked the cigarette, came back in, and I didn't know anything about that door. They didn't say anything about it either until the officers or whatever came. And they said that door was open from 2:30 in the morning to 5:44. I was asleep. And 5:44 was when Danny left the house for work. He said that the door wasn't even open when he left.
Okay. So it says dining room sensor left open.
Yeah.
Okay, that could mean the door's not completely just shut off. It's not that it's wide open, it's just that it's
He
not
said,
locked.
he said that it was locked.
It was locked.
Like, he didn't show it. It wasn't open.
Okay, so the second time you came back, you saw Quinton.
Yes, he was laying down.
And describe Quinton for me.
He was laying there. At first it was like this.
Mm-hmm.
And there's hair, he's got curly hair, paint all over his eyes. So when I moved out his leg, he would roll it over, not sleep, and went to sleep. Not back to sleep.
And you talked a couple times about the color of his skin.
Yes, his little cheeks, they're red, like a pink red.
Pink?
Yeah,
Are they normally pink?
Yeah, normally, he normally has some type of color to him.
Okay.
Normally, he's just an active childhood. But when he was sleeping, or whatever, the playpen, I was basically, he was pushing up against his cheeks. But he was fine, he was moving, breathing, he rolled over, his little cheeks, it's just like he was sleeping good, you know? He was just fine. Woke up, he wasn't there.
And you talked about how you could see like something can happen like this. Why would you think that? Like sometimes in these situations, people blame themselves, right?
I blame myself because what if I didn't shut that door off?
Right. I'm not talking about the door, I'm talking about Quinton, right?
Yeah.
Something happened to Quinton,
But I didn't do it.
right? But you agree, something happened.
Everybody agrees something happened
And
to
we
them.
have to,
But we have to figure out what, and I'm not the one who is what.
you are part of it.
I know I'm part of it, but I'm not the one who did anything to him. I did not take him anywhere. I didn't do anything. I think it was
Listen, I understand you get emotional. When we start talking about getting down to really what happened, and you start getting really, really emotional, I get it, right? There's a lot, Leilani, you're holding on to, and that's gotta be hard.
I'm not
Right.
holding anything.
You're holding on to so much right now.
I'm not holding anything. I've been open about everything.
You're holding on to so much right now, and I don't know how you're doing that. Like I said, I want you to help me understand where you were at that night, right? And how we got to this point, right?
I
And
said everything I could. I cannot tell you what happened while I was asleep. I don't know.
this didn't happen while you were asleep.
It has to. You was there when I went to bed.
You can't get loopy off ibuprofen.
That wasn't the ibuprofen. It's whatever they injected my mouth with.
Okay.
It's whatever that was. It wasn't the ibuprofen. It's whatever they injected my mouth with. Okay? Which is why I couldn't even drive home from getting it
these situations, and I've already told you this, people get in these situations and they don't make the things happen, but sometimes it does. Bad things do happen, and sometimes sometimes bad things happen to people that are the sweetest and nicest people, right?
I didn't take anything to cause my baby to go missing.
Right. And you keep saying that over and over and over, and I get as a human being, right, that we don't want to be responsible for something.
I was not responsible for what happened to him.
Especially for, our own child, right? But if we can't protect them then, right, we gotta protect them now. Like I said, I want to keep your promise. You said, you want to find them, right? Help me help you.
I'm helping.
Like, help me help you keep that promise.
I'm giving everything that I can, everything that I'm recalling, everything. I'm giving you what I can. I was even the last one. He said to me that he was the last one to see him, which is why I was 100% certain that he was there when he left. And when I got up at 9, that's why I kept thinking something happened between that 3-hour period.
And also, a lot of people convince themselves after they tell the story so many times, right? Because they don't want to feel the guilt. And look, I know you feel the guilt. Because every time we get close to talking about that timeline where you were at, that's where you get the most emotional.
It's not.
And that's what we
emotion. That emotion is being accused of doing something to my own child. That's the emotion.
Right.
I didn't do anything to my own baby.
Now, did that interview come to an end shortly after what we just watched there?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. I have some more questions, but maybe this would be a good stopping point.
We'll stop here. I know we have a ways to go as far as the testimony. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's stop here. We're going to break for lunch. I'm going to remind you once again, do not discuss the case. Do not do any research. Do not consume any media, watch any stories. Do not allow anyone to talk with you about the case. We're going to break now, and it's 1:20. I know y'all have a very short walk. We're going to be ready to go at 2:30. Right? You're excused.
Jury's exiting.
Yeah, so there she's trying to pin it on Danny. Not surprising at all.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury.
In those October 5th and October 8th interviews, where was it that the defendant was claiming she had met her drug dealer, Red, on the night of October 4th?
Flacco's Tacos off of Highway 204.
What is Flacco's Tacos?
I believe it's a Mexican restaurant.
Did the investigative team determine that that was not true?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that determination was made?
When we obtained Leilani's cell phone records directly from Verizon and from her cell phone, her GPS coordinates did not show her at Flacco's Tacos.
Where did they show her?
On Arkwright Lane.
Can you describe Arkwright Lane for us, please?
So from where the Flacco's Tacos is at Highway 204 and I-95 area, Arkwright Lane is about a quarter mile down the road where Highway 204 turns into Fort Argyle.
Now, were you able to pinpoint a specific address on Arkwright Lane?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you do any follow-up research on that address?
Yes, I did.
To determine what individuals might be associated with it?
Yes.
Now, I don't know that we've talked about the Cash App in the defendant's phone. Did you review her phone and see a Cash App payment that was made at the time of that trip?
Yes.
And to whom was that Cash App payment made?
The name on the transaction was Timothy Weston.
Did you uncover any information about Timothy Weston and any tie to that location on Arkwright Lane that her phone was sitting at that night?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
So I conducted a follow-up on Arkwright Lane. I spoke with Timothy Weston, who resided or was at 14 Arkwright Lane.
Did you see any references in her phone to a Tim? Do you remember?
Referencing Tim, yes.
Can you tell us what those references, like how they referred to him?
Tim 204.
Okay.
They were usually used in conjunction with each other.
And were these in messages between the defendant and Daniel Younkin talking about going to see Tim 204?
Yes.
Okay. Were there also messages on her phone indicating some contact with a fellow that she had saved as Craig?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any connection between Craig and that residence on Arkwright Lane?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
So Craig is Craig Weston, and he is Timothy Weston's cousin.
Okay. Now, did you look at the criminal history of both of those individuals?
I did.
And can you tell us what, if anything, their criminal histories contained in the way of drug arrests?
They've both been arrested for narcotic sales.
Okay. So they're drug dealers?
Yes.
Okay. Tim and Craig Weston of Arkwright Lane.
Yes.
Now, you said you went and talked to them, right?
I did.
Did you wear a badge?
I did.
Did you go with an FBI agent?
I did.
Did you identify yourselves as police?
Yes, we did.
And did you ask them whether they had seen the defendant that night?
Yes.
Were these two drug dealers willing to tell you that they had seen the defendant on the night of October 4th or not?
No, they weren't.
Thank you. Let me just ask you real quickly. We've talked about how the defendant came back in on the 8th for an interview with Bridget Brock at the FBI office.
Yes.
Did Danny Younkin come in that day as well for a follow-up interview?
Yes, he did.
And did Paul Simon come in that day also?
I'm not sure if it was that day. It may have been a later day. His second interview was conducted.
Okay, but he did, in any case, come in for a follow-up interview?
Yes, he did.
How would you rate Paul's level of cooperation during this investigation?
He was very cooperative.
And how would you rate Danny's level of cooperation during this investigation?
He also was very cooperative.
Anything in particular that he did that causes you to say that?
Both of them were in constant contact with us. Daniel specifically wanted to do anything that we asked him to find Quinton.
Did he agree to any monitoring of his contact with the defendant?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those things?
Yeah, so there was two things that we asked Daniel to do, one of which was a monitoring of his cell phone. Specifically, we wanted to monitor his cell phone in a live manner anytime he communicated with the defendant, which means if Daniel's getting a phone call, we're hearing it. And that applied to all of his phone calls, not just the ones with Leilani.
So he agreed to a wiretap.
Yes.
Any other monitoring he agreed to?
Yes, he also agreed to a hotel monitoring where we set up recording devices in a hotel room that he and Leilani shared so we could listen to their conversations while Leilani thought nobody was around.
How long did the phone monitoring last for, roughly?
I think it lasted 3 months.
And when was the hotel recording operation conducted?
It was between October 7th and 9th.
So was it in effect then on the day of the October 8th interview that we just watched?
Yes.
They were recorded that evening in a hotel?
Yes, they were.
Just a couple more housekeeping questions so that I don't forget.
Mhm.
535 Buckhalter Road, what county is that in?
It's in Chatham County.
In the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, what county is that in?
Chatham County.
Now, the route between 535 Buckhalter and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, does it pass through any counties other than Chatham?
No, it doesn't.
And is the landfill on Little Neck Road in Chatham County as well?
Yes, it is.
The Chatham County Police Department has jurisdiction over what geographical areas in Chatham County?
Do you mean like the boundaries?
Well, let me ask you this. The Chatham County Police Department, is it responsible for policing unincorporated Chatham
Yes.
County? And is 535 Buckhalter Road in unincorporated Chatham County?
Yes, it is.
So if it happens there, it's y'all's responsibility.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, at this time, if I could reserve questioning, I think we're going to take a witness out of order.
We are. And so Detective Lemons, I'm going to ask you to step down and take your place at the state's table. And Mr. Hilliard, you reserve cross-examination at this time, but you will cross-examine later. Okay. And there is a witness, Mr. Dean, that you wish to call at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. May I first bring some exhibits up to the clerk and make sure that everything's in order?
Yes.
The state calls Dr. Angie Christensen.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand. The evidence you should give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so. Step this way, please.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Dean.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Angie Christensen. Angie is spelled A-N-G-I. Christensen is C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
And where do you work now?
I work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And what is your position there?
I work there as a forensic anthropologist.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist is a scientist who studies the human skeleton in forensic contexts.
How long have you been a forensic anthropologist?
I've been with the FBI laboratory since 2004, so just about 20 years.
Did you work as a forensic anthropologist in any other capacity before joining the FBI lab?
I assisted with a couple of cases as a graduate student.
Can you tell us about your education, training, and experience that puts you in a position to serve as a forensic anthropologist with the FBI lab?
I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD, all in the area of anthropology. I'm also board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology and the Forensic Anthropology Society of Europe.
When you conduct forensic anthropology work in a case, how do you first get involved in the case? How does it come to you?
To the FBI laboratory?
Yeah.
But the case flow process is that all evidence is first received by our evidence management unit. And they read the incoming documentation and inspect the packaging and make sure everything is in place and in order. And then they prepare that evidence for delivery and examination by the scientists.
Now, before that ever happens, do the agents in the field have to send you a request to do some work in the first place?
Whoever is requesting the examination will send a letter documenting what that request is and that they're requesting lab examinations.
And does that letter bear the FBI's case number?
Yes, if it's an FBI case, then it will, yes.
And does the lab then assign its own case number?
Yes, in addition to the FBI case file number, the laboratory will assign an FBI laboratory number.
And did you conduct some forensic anthropology work in connection with the Quinton Simon case arising out of Savannah?
Yes, I did.
What was the FBI case number for that case?
Your Honor, may I refer to a copy of my report? The FBI case number for that case is AT, which stands for our Atlanta field office, 3665337.
And what was the lab number assigned for the work that you did?
The laboratory number assigned was 2022-02600.
And Your Honor, before I forget, I would offer Dr. Christensen as an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Sometime in late November, mid to late November, did you first get a request from some agents in Savannah to look at some photographs?
Yes, the first request I received was on October 28, 2022.
And how many photographs did you receive at that time?
That day I received 6 images as well as a bone that was depicted in those images.
Okay. And did you take a look at those photographs, and what were they asking you to tell them about them?
The photographs depicted a bone that they wanted me to determine whether it was human or not in origin.
And what day was that? Again, did you get that?
The communication was dated October 28 of 2022, and my report is dated October 31 of 2022.
And did you look at that photograph and come to a tentative opinion about whether that bone was human?
Yes, my preliminary conclusion was that bone was non-human in origin.
Did they send that bone up to you in any case?
Yes.
And did you look at it in real life?
Yes, I examined the photos, they submitted the actual bone, and I then directly examined the bone.
Okay. And what was your conclusion at that
That the bone was non-human in origin.
And again, that was in late October.
Yes.
Okay. Did you later, sometime in mid to late November, get substantially more photographs of some different remains?
Yes, there were a number of photos submitted in a communication dated November 18.
And how many photographs was that?
These are represented in the laboratory's item numbers 15 through 26, so I believe that's 12 photographs.
Okay. And what were they asking you to tell them about these photographs?
Once again, to determine if I could, based on the photographs, whether the bones depicted were human or non-human in origin.
And what did you opine based on the photographs?
In that case, I did conclude that the images depicted bones that were consistent with human origin.
Now, shortly thereafter, did you receive a box of suspected human remains from the agents in Savannah?
Yes, the laboratory did receive subsequent to that physical submissions of some of the material depicted in those photographs.
And what specifically did the lab receive? What did it look like when it got to you?
When it got to me, so this is different than when it was received by the lab. It would have initially been received by the evidence management unit, who then inspected and then sent it to me. I received, in this case, I might refer to my notes just to refresh my memory, one box containing 4 additional paper bags.
And did you examine the contents of those paper bags?
Yes, I did.
And did you photograph the contents of each of those paper bags?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 78. Do you recognize those images?
Yes.
And what are those images?
These are photographs that I took of the contents of those 4 bags as I received them.
And what was the date of those photographs?
Those photographs are dated November 21 of 2022.
Okay. And is the items in those photographs, is that what the Savannah agents had sent you pictures of a couple days before?
It includes what was depicted in those images, but there's also additional material depicted here.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish the exhibit by displaying it on monitor. Now, were these the contents of these bags, or did these bags receive lab individual numbers at the lab?
Yes, they were assigned item numbers by the evidence management unit.
Now, what were the numbers assigned to each of these bags?
Items 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Does this first image here depict the contents of the bag numbered item 27?
Yes.
And what are those numbers we see in the bottom right-hand corner?
In the bottom right, you see the FBI laboratory number, which is 2022-02600. It then says item 27, dated 11/21/22, and to the side, my initials.
Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
This is the photo I took documenting the material as I received it. Upon later examination, I determined this piece of tissue to not contain any skeletal material.
Did you do any further examination of this particular item?
No, because as a forensic anthropologist, I don't examine any of the soft tissues, only the skeleton. So because there was no skeletal material present, I did not conduct any further examinations on this item.
The next slide, slide 2, this is item 28.
Yes.
All right, so this is the contents of another one of the bags.
Yes.
Can you describe to us what we're looking at here? What was in that bag?
Again, this is a photograph that I took just documenting the material as I received it. On further examination, I sub-itemized these numbers and examined the bones individually.
And so you did do further analysis of the contents of this bag.
Yes.
Slide 3 is item 29, correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe to us the contents of item 29?
Again, this is a depiction of the material as I received it prior to doing my additional examinations.
Slide 4, not a great picture, but is this item 30?
Yes.
All right, so the fourth bag.
Yes.
Okay. What was in that bag?
This is a combination of soft tissue and skeletal material as it was received by me.
What did it appear to you to be anatomically?
It appears to be a foot, including some of the soft tissue and the bones within.
Once you had received these items and taken them out of the bag and photographed them, what did you do with the items that you did further examination? What was the first step?
As you can see in the images, there's soft tissue and other debris that's adhering to the bones. And my examination is just on the skeletal material. So in order to isolate the bones as well as to clean the surfaces so that I could examine them, I removed any soft tissue and cleaned the bones of any additional debris.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the types of conclusions that you can arrive at as a forensic anthropologist, okay? Are you able to look at a set of bones and determine whether they appear to be of human origin or not?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
It's based on my education and training and experience, in much the same way that you all can probably tell the difference between human and non-human animals. The same is true for their internal structures and bones. So by examining and studying enough human and non-human bones, I can tell the difference between them.
And of the bones you looked at across these 4 items, did you determine that most of them were of human origin?
There were some bones that were of non-human origin and some bones for which I could not determine whether the origin was human or non-human in origin, but most of them were human bones.
And were you able to identify anatomically which bone in the human body you were looking at
Yes.
for the bones of human origin?
Yes.
And did these include a left and right femur?
If I might refer to my report, these are listed by item number and bone name in my report. But yes, there was a left and right femur.
A left and right tibia?
Yes.
Tibia being one of the long bones of the lower leg.
It's the shin bone. Yes.
A fibula?
Yes.
That being the other bone of the lower leg?
Yes, it's to the side of your shin bone. It makes up the side of your ankle at the bottom.
Did these bones include part of a right humerus?
Yes.
What is the humerus?
The humerus is the upper arm bone.
And did they include part of a right ulna?
Yes.
What is the ulna?
An ulna is a bone of your forearm on the thumb side.
Did they include a left calcaneus?
Yes.
What is the calcaneus?
Heel bone.
And did they include 5 left ribs?
Yes.
Did they also include a frontal bone?
Yes.
What is the frontal bone?
A frontal bone is the cranial bone right here. It makes up your forehead.
Now, is that visible in slide 3, depicting item 29?
Yes.
Is it the bone in the top right?
Yes.
Did the bones that you identified as of human origin include a right temporal bone?
Yes.
Where is that on the human
The
body?
temporal bone is near the ear.
And is that visible in item 29 here, or is it in one of the other items?
It's difficult for me to tell from this photograph because of the tissue and debris on the bones in the photograph.
Did the bones that you identified as being of human origin include a left parietal bone?
Yes.
What is a parietal bone?
The parietal bones make up the 2 sides of the cranium.
And did they include various bones from the left foot?
Yes.
When you are looking at bones that you've determined are of human origin, are you able to tell whether they are consistent with being from a human of a particular age range?
Yes, especially for children, looking at the stages of growth and development and taking measurements of the bones, it's possible to tell approximately how old somebody was by looking at their skeleton.
And of the bones that you identified as being of human origin in these 4 items, 27 to 29, did they all appear to be from a human being in the same age range?
Yes, they were all consistent with being from a child aged 1 to 2 years.
And when you're looking at a set of bones that you've identified as being of human origin, are you able to render an opinion as to whether they're all from the same individual, like the same person?
Yes, it's possible to estimate the number of individuals represented. So just based on an inventory of the skeletal material present, if, for example, there were 2 left femurs, I would be able to conclude that there were at least 2 individuals present. In this case, for example, there were no bones that were duplicated that I wouldn't expect to be duplicated in a human skeleton.
So your opinion as to the human bones that you received from the agents in Savannah, that they're, to sum it up, that many of them were of human origin.
Yes.
Those of them were of human origin were from a child 1 to 2 years of age.
Correct.
And a single child.
Correct, yes.
What determinations, let me ask you this, did you observe trauma on any of these bones?
Yes.
And what, if anything, are you able to tell us about when the trauma, well, let's start with not this case, but just a given case. Can you look at a human bone that has signs of trauma, and can you sometimes tell when the trauma occurred relative to death?
Yes. So if there are, trauma refers to any alteration that might happen to a bone. And we can tell if that happened before death, which we call antemortem, if the bone displays any signs of healing. So as soon as you break a bone, your body immediately starts the healing process. So if we see any signs of healing on that bone, we know that it happened before the person died. Perimortem means that the trauma occurred around the time of death. And this is a term that's used a bit differently by medical examiners and pathologists than by anthropologists. So perimortem being around the time of death, typically a pathologist is talking about a very narrow range of time. Anthropologically speaking, because we're only looking at the bones and we're not examining any of the other tissues, all we can tell is what sort of state that bone was in when it was fractured. So in life, the bone has water and collagen, and it's actually a rather flexible material, and it has some give before it breaks. Imagine, for example, you have a fresh green stick and you try to break it. That stick has a good bit of bend before it will actually break. And this differs from a dry stick where if you pick it up and try to bend it, it just snaps. The same thing kind of happens to bone as it dries. So bone that is fractured in a post-mortem condition, so much after the death event when the bone has become dry, it fractures differently than a bone that is fractured in that fresh state. That fresh state we call biomechanically fresh. But that biomechanically fresh state can persist for a long time after death, depending on the conditions of where the body is deposited. So the fractures in a bone will look the same to me if they happen right at the time of death or potentially sometime after death, as long as the bone is still in that biomechanically fresh state.
When you use it, do you ever use the term death event?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That just refers to when that person died, the event of dying.
Is it fair to say that in this case, you cannot attribute any of the trauma to the bones here to the death event?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you essentially cannot tell whether any of the trauma to the bones was incurred before this child died versus after?
I can tell that the fractures didn't occur before the time of death because there's no signs of that active healing. So the fractures either occurred around the time of death or after.
Okay. One moment, please. These images that we've been looking at, these are the pictures that you took in your lab?
I took these photos, yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the evidence that the lab received from Savannah in late November?
As I received it, yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 78.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 78 is admitted without objection.
One moment, please. Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Christian, good afternoon. My name is Martin. How are you?
Good afternoon. Very well, thank you.
I just want to follow up with some questions, if you don't mind. Okay? You said I'm going to skip the first items from October 31st because I just don't think they're relevant. Okay? I'm going to skip straight to the items from November 18th, if that's okay.
Okay.
You said you received 4 items in it's 1 box, 4 bags on the inside of the box, correct?
Correct.
Items 27, 28, 29, and 30. You didn't do any analysis on item 27, correct?
I did an initial assessment, and once I determined that there was no skeletal material present, I did not conduct any additional examinations.
So let me rephrase that. If you looked at it, realized it didn't have skeletal material, and didn't do anything further than the initial
Yes,
assessment.
that's correct, yes.
Item 28, you said they were bones, and most were human bones. I found that, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I found that a little odd. So what bones did you find in item 28?
So I ended up sub-itemizing because I wanted to account for and be able to accurately describe each of the bones in those depictions. Although the evidence management unit initially called that item 28, I broke it down in my report. Item 28-1, 28-2, 28-3, representing each of the bones. And in this case, items 28-17 to 28-23 were bones of non-human origin, but 28-1 through 28-16 were bones of human origin.
And just to be 1 through 16 in item 28, you said were of human origin, and items 27 through 23 of items 28 were not.
Items 28-1 through 28-16 were human origin. 28-17 to 28-23 were non-human.
And I was just curious, did you ever determine, is that the only determination you made was just non-human, or did you ever identify it as being anything else?
No, we do not report what species it is beyond non-human in origin.
Just want to follow up and check on that. Now, you said with the, I guess it's the item 29, which was the skull fragments, correct?
That consisted of some of the skull fragments, yes.
You said that was of human origin.
Yes, items 29-1 to 29-3 were human in origin.
And you, on item 30, you said there was some soft tissue and some skeletal material, correct?
Yes, they all had some soft tissue and other debris with the skeletal material.
And with regards to item 30, I assume you didn't do anything with the soft material, but you did identify the skeletal material.
I did remove and examine the skeletal material, yes.
And did you find that item 30 was human remains?
Yes, these were portions of a left foot.
And you kind of glossed over it, but I didn't really understand. You said that bones are, I guess, a little bit more flexible in life
That's correct.
than in death, correct?
Then once they dried, yes.
So you didn't find, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand it. You said that you cannot attribute any of the trauma to the bones to the death event, correct?
I can't say when they occurred with respect to the death event, no.
And with regard to these bones and this testing, was that all of the involvement and all you were asked to do with these items?
Yes,
So you did identify the items you discussed as human material, correct?
correct, yes,
And you couldn't attribute any of the traumas to the bones to the death event, correct?
correct.
And that's all the conclusions you were asking.
Yeah, in addition to the age estimate of a child aged 1 to 2 years. Yes.
That's all the questions I answered.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Doctor, thank you. You are excused.
So make sure you stick around because I just saw that the boyfriend and father of the baby, Daniel, is going to be testifying.
I'm going to have the jurors return to the deliberation room at this point. We're at a point where we're deciding going forward or stopping for today. It's a little early, but this makes the most sense, I think. But just to firm that up with counsel, I'm going to ask you to step to the deliberation room.
Jurors are exiting.
All clear, Judge.
Thank you. All right, so I think this is the stopping point that we anticipated.
I think so too, Judge. If I can have I don't know, I mean, I'd like to do this, talk to Mr. first and kind of decide which way we're going to jump at this point. You have 2 days of women's testimony to talk about, so see whether we're, so can I get a little bit of a break?
Sure. All right, let's take a break. Let's break until, I think it's, I can't read that clock on here. That
3:20.
3:20. Tell me what that clock says.
3:19, actually.
It's got, with the light, there's a glare to it.
Okay, all right, I'll look at my own watch. Okay, let's just step back in at 3:30.
That's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so they are taking lunch. Then when they come back, it looks like Daniel is testifying, and I'm really anxious to watch that.
And once again, were you able to comply with the court's instructions? All right, excellent. I indicated that we were reaching a point. We have one other witness that is going to be presented today.
Surprise!
I'm gonna call another witness. And Mr. Hilliard will have an opportunity to cross-examine if he chooses to do that. And then I expect that we will close for today and resume again tomorrow. Mr. Hilliard, I know you wanted to put something on the record.
I did, Judge. I'm just going to reserve my cross-examination of Detective Lemons until she's recalled, but I will cross-examine this next week.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. Mr.
Yeah, I
Dean,
bet he
please call
will.
your next witness.
Daniel Younkin.
State clerk to raise your right hand. Step this way for me, please.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
All
too.
right, good afternoon.
Like when Kayla Montgomery got so emotional,
Mr. Dean.
it was only about Adam. It was never about
Introduce
Harmony.
yourself to the jury.
Yeah, I'm Daniel Younkin.
And do you go
Daniel's
by
a
Danny
rapper.
typically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it all right if I call you Danny?
By all means.
Where do you currently live, Danny? Not the street address, but city and state.
Orlando, Florida,
And how long have you lived there?
since April of last year.
Where are you from originally?
Like, where was I born? Or
Yeah.
I was born in Germany.
And where did would you have a parent in the military or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was that?
My biological father.
Where did you grow up?
Essentially Dunn, North Carolina,
Dunn, North Carolina?
for the main part.
For the court reporter, is that DUNN?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the defendant here. Do you know the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
She's Sky's mother, my daughter.
Mother of your child.
Yeah.
When did you first meet her?
Maybe 2020 or something like that.
And how did you first meet her?
She drove up to North Carolina from here to see me.
Had y'all had some contact, not in person, I guess, before that?
Yes, sir.
How did y'all first, so you're talking about the first in-person meeting, if I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
How did y'all know each other before that?
Some social media network, something like that, like Snapchat or something.
You're saying you had met online?
Yeah,
Can you tell us what you remember about that?
honestly, not much. Just speaking with her over social media and arranging a meeting.
Let's go back to that first time you met in person in North Carolina. Can you describe that for me?
Yeah, she drove up in her friend's car to see me in North Carolina, and I was at my job where I was currently working.
Where were you working at that point?
Love's Travel Stop off of Hodges Chapel Road in Dunn.
Okay. So you said she came to see you at work.
Yeah, I was trying to get off that day so we could hang out.
And did y'all end up hanging out that day?
Yeah, I think, yeah, she stayed at night with me.
Okay. And was that a one night stay at that time or multiple nights or what?
I believe at the time it was a one night stay.
Okay. And after that, after staying with you for that one night, where did she go?
Back down here, I believe.
At some point, did she move up there and begin living with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she have children at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did they come up and live with you as well?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of where they were at that time?
With her mother.
Okay. Now, where were y'all living when she moved up to North Carolina and started living with you?
In my parents' house.
Okay. And did she eventually get a job up there?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
She had 2 separate jobs that she was working for at different time periods.
Okay. Can you tell us what they were?
One was at Love's Travel Stop on the gas station side, and the other one was Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue, where I used to be a manager at.
Okay. And I'm not sure I understood you. Was she working those jobs at the
Separate
same-
times.
Separate times. What was the first one?
Love's Travel Stop.
Okay. And you mentioned that you worked.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Did y'all work there at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. So y'all overlapped at Love's?
Yes, we worked sometimes, like occasionally worked the same shift on different sizes. So I was working at the Subway there, but normally it'd be different shifts.
All right. And you're living in your parents' house with her?
Yeah.
About how long did that go on for?
I don't want to I don't remember, to be 100% honest.
Okay. At some point, did the two of y'all move down here to Savannah?
Yes, sir.
And where did y'all move into?
The house on Buckhalter Road.
Did y'all ever live in any other residence in Savannah, or was that the first place y'all moved back to?
No, that was it.
Okay. Who was living there at the time?
Her brother Joe was living there, and Thomas and Billy were there, living there, but they weren't there. They were working a lot, so they were on the road.
Okay. At some point, did Joe move out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, did Paul move in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Defendant's brother, Paul Simon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When or where were y'all living at the time that the defendant gave birth to your child, Sky?
Buckhalter.
Okay, so y'all were living in Savannah at that time.
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about the birth of Sky?
It was fast and enlightening for me, I guess.
Before Sky was born, and you were living in Savannah at the Buckhalter house, were Zane and Quinton living there as well?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the first time that you met Zane and Quinton when you moved down here with the defendant, or had you already met him during the time?
I had met Quinton before.
So let's go to the time period where you're living in Savannah in the Buckhalter house with the defendant and the 3 children, Zane, Quinton, and newborn Sky. What was your relationship like with her 2 older children, Zane and Quinton?
Good. Well, I loved them like they were my own.
What do you remember about Zane?
Lots of energy, and liked to play a lot, and had a lot to say. Didn't really know how to say a whole lot, but had a lot to say.
What do you remember about Quinton?
pretty much the same thing, honestly. And he was a lot more. He was like more chill, I guess, than Zane. Zane was more high energy, but Quinton always had a lot he wanted to say and play with his brother a lot.
I see it, as I've asked you these questions about the children, I noticed that you seem to be smiling a bit. Do you remember them fondly?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about work in Savannah. When you first got down here, about how long did it take before you got a job?
I actually transferred from, the Love's Travel Stop in North Carolina to the one off of Dean Forest Road and worked at the Hardee's there.
And was the defendant working anywhere in Savannah at that point?
Yeah, I think she was working at this gas station off of 204, I think.
Now, moving forward to the time frame of Quinton's disappearance, okay? I want to ask you about October 2022. Do you remember the day of the 911 call and all that?
Yeah, I do, but vaguely, but yeah.
In that general time frame, where were you working?
I was working at a warehouse for a company named Eclipse.
And where was that warehouse located?
What's that? Port Town? I forgot the name of the town.
Is it Port Wentworth?
Yeah, I didn't want to sound crazy by saying, yeah, that's what I think so.
And was the defendant working there as well?
Yes, sir.
What shift did you all work during that time period? What were your hours?
First, worked from like 6 or 6:30 to like 3 or something like that.
And what about Paul? Was he working there as well?
Yes, sir. He was working the second shift.
And do you remember roughly what his hours were?
Yeah, I actually think we worked till like 2. I'm not 100%, but his were like 2 to 10 or something like that.
Okay. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. roughly.
Yes, sir.
Would Paul probably be a better person to ask about that?
Probably.
Okay. October 4th specifically, the day before the 911 call. Okay. I want to ask you about that day specifically. Did you go to work that day?
The day before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And
No, maybe. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember. I know I took her to get her tooth pulled that morning.
the morning before the 911 call?
Yeah.
Okay. You're saying you don't remember whether you were before that?
I don't remember 100%. I'm not gonna.
That's fine. What do you remember about the defendant, taking the defendant to get her tooth pulled?
Early oh yeah, I think we were at work that day and we left because her tooth was hurting, and then I took her to the dentist and she got her tooth pulled that day, and yeah, that was pretty much that.
What car were you driving?
The Dodge Journey.
And do you remember where the dentist was that you went to, or what it was called?
I do not. I barely remember the Savannah area.
Did you stay there with her while she had her dental work done?
In the general area, yeah, I wasn't allowed to be back there.
Okay, what do you mean by the general area?
I went to the liquor store while she was getting her tooth pulled.
And did you end up driving her home?
Yes.
So after you went to the liquor store, did you come back to the dentist office that she was at?
Yes, sir.
I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about this. At that point in time, were you a bit of a drinker?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that, please?
like Fireball.
Were you drinking every day at that point in time?
Unfortunately,
What about now?
no.
So you're at the dentist's office. Did she get her tooth pulled?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all leave?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To get some food.
Do you remember where you went?
I believe it was Cheddar's or something. She wanted some soup.
Okay. And did y'all go anywhere after that?
I think back to the house, or maybe we went to 204 or we went back to the house. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
Where were the kids at the time you got back to the house?
With the babysitter, Michelle.
And is that where they had been all day?
Yes, sir.
From before y'all went?
Yeah. That's why they were at Michelle's, because we wouldn't work.
Okay. Tell us about the process of getting the kids ready and dropping them off at Michelle's in the morning. How would that go?
Normally, I would get them ready and drop them off myself while she slept.
What do you mean? I thought y'all worked the same shift.
We did, but she tended to sleep in as late as possible, and I would normally get the kids ready and drop them off over there and then come back and get her.
Did you, when you would take them to the babysitter, I understand she lived pretty close to y'all's house.
Across the street.
Would you walk them over there or drive?
No, I'd drive them. That would be a little rough to try and carry Sky and walk the other two little ones across the street at the same time.
I see. So the morning before the 911 call, the day of the trip to the dentist, had you done that in the morning? Taking the
Drove
children?
them over, yes.
Yeah, okay. And let's go back to Cheddar's. You left the dentist, you've gone to Cheddar's to get some soup for the defendant.
I believe it was close by, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure.
And after Cheddar's, you said you came home, right?
Yeah.
What happened after you got home? What did the rest of the day look like as far as you remember?
To be honest, I really don't, other than I know she went to sleep and I tried to clean up a little bit and stuff before I went and picked up the kids, and then picked up the kids and came back and kind of just followed suit.
And do you remember when you picked up the kids?
Not the exact time, no. But I know the general time was around like 4:30 or 5 is when I was supposed to.
She definitely slept a lot, didn't she? Seems like he did a lot of the caretaking, especially for two kids that were not even his and as young as he is.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 85, Your Honor. Take a look at that. Do you recognize the document that I just handed you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Text messages between me and Michelle, the babysitter.
Did you text Michelle about picking the children up that day, October 4th?
Yes.
All right. Does this document that I've given you fairly represent your text messages with Michelle during this time frame?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 85.
Mr. Hilliard?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, States 85 is admitted.
Can you look at that and tell me when you texted Michelle about when you were going to pick the children up on October 4th?
At 2:32 p.m., I texted her and said, "We just got home. Leilani got her top wisdom tooth removed, top left wisdom tooth removed. I'm gonna try and clean for a while clean for a few while she naps. She's still loopy from the meds. Is 4:30 still okay?
And what did Michelle say?
Okay, 4:30.
And did you end up picking up the children around that time?
Around that general time, yeah. But I think it might have been 5 o'clock or something like that, but general time frame, yes.
And did you bring them home?
Yes.
So now we're in kind of the late afternoon. And who's in the house?
Me, Leilani, and the Quinton, Sky, and Zane.
And was Paul at work during this time frame, as far as you know?
Yeah.
Did you make any trips away from the house to get a beer or go to Redbox or anything like that?
Probably.
Okay. And what do you remember about dinner that night?
I think I might have like remade some spaghetti, like added another can of sauce and more meat and stuff like that to some spaghetti I made like the day before or something like that.
Did the defendant participate in preparing dinner that day, from what you remember?
Not from what I remember.
Oh, but she said she did, and she cleaned too, remember?
To be honest, whatever she normally did, I kind of tried to not stress myself out too much about whatever she was doing.
Now, how was Quinton during the time frame that we're talking about? Dinner time?
Fine.
Time frame?
Perfectly fine.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, not at all.
After dinner, at some point did y'all get the kids ready for bed and put them down? Or one or both of you?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
What do you remember about that? Try to put yourself back in that house and tell me what you remember about the bedtime routine.
I really don't, to be honest. I was not fully. I probably just the normal, get them changed into their night clothes and make sure they're all cleaned up and fed, and Zane would have his little tablet and Quentin would have his tablet, and they just watch TV until they fell asleep.
Now, from this point forward, did you leave the house again that night at any point?
No.
And did the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What is the first trip that you remember her taking?
To 204.
Did the two of y'all talk about that? She say anything to you before she left?
Yeah, she told me she was doing that.
Do you remember what led up to her leaving? Anything about that?
No,
That's
not
fine.
really.
And what were you doing at the time that she left for 204?
Laying in bed.
What were the children doing?
Laying down as well.
Where were each of the three children in the house?
Zane was on his race car bed. Sky was on the couch or in her swing, and Quentin was in his playpen.
At the time that the defendant left for 204, was Quinton okay?
Yeah.
Did anything at all out of the ordinary happen to that point?
No.
And what happened, what was going on while she was gone on that trip to 204?
I think I fell asleep.
Anything unusual happened with the children while she was gone?
No. Oh, well, I was getting ready to fall asleep, and then Paul came home.
Oh, okay. Paul came home at some point while you were.
Yeah.
Well, if I understand it correctly, while the defendant was gone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about Paul coming home.
He came into the room and asked where Leilani was, and I told him where she was, and then he said okay, and then he went and got some food for himself from the fridge or the freezer, and just ate, I guess, and chilled.
When you say he came into the room, what do you mean? What room are we talking about?
The downstairs portion of the house where we were residing.
The bedroom that the
Yeah, that's,
5 of y'all lived in together, you, Leilani, and the 3 children?
yeah, like 2 bedrooms, but yeah,
Where were you when Paul came into the room?
in the bed.
And where were the children?
On the other side of the room in their beds.
Were they okay at that point?
Yeah.
Do you remember Paul having any interaction with the 3 children when he came in?
Not 100%, no, but he might have said something to Zane. Might have said hey to Zane or something.
At some point, did Paul go upstairs? I think you mentioned something about him going to eat.
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about that?
I wasn't in there, so I don't really remember. I just know he was in the kitchen for a second, and I couldn't see what he was doing. So.
Did you see him again after that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. At some point, did he go upstairs and confine himself to his room?
I would imagine so, since I stayed in the room in the bed. But yeah, I would say yes.
Now, do you remember the defendant getting home from the 204 trip?
No.
And why is that?
I was asleep.
What's the next memory you have of that night or morning?
Waking up, and she was beside me, and that was that.
At the time that you went to sleep, was Quinton okay?
Yeah.
Had anything at all happened at that point?
Not to my knowledge.
And let's talk about the night. Do you remember seeing or hearing anything during the night?
No, I don't.
Do you remember waking up to anything unusual or anything like that?
No.
Had you had anything to drink that night?
I would imagine so.
Why do you say that?
Because that was my daily routine.
What was your daily routine like in terms of drinking? I know you said earlier, I asked you to kind of talk about your drinking.
Probably.
You said you like Fireball, but
Like,
a little more specifically, what would you drink on a daily basis?
probably over the course of the day, probably like 4 or 5 shots of Fireball and like 3 or 4 25-ounce beers.
And how much of that was after work in the afternoon and evening?
A majority.
So let's go to you waking up. Did you wake up naturally, or did you wake up in response to an alarm, or what?
Yeah, I think my alarm on my phone went off.
And where did you have your phone that night?
Maybe it was under my pillow. I don't know.
Why would it have been under your pillow?
She had a tendency of going through my things.
What do you mean?
She would, without my knowledge, take my devices and go through them, and I felt it was invasive.
Why was she doing that?
She had this idea that I was wronging her.
How were things between the two of you at this time?
There wasn't much there. I was there for Sky.
So you think you had an alarm set and your phone might have been under your pillow? Is that kind of where we left off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you get up, what do you do?
Normally try and be quiet so I don't wake any of the kids up. And I tried to wake her up, but she was, normally if I do that, I'd either get yelled at or something like that. So I said, hey, are you going to work today? She'd be like, no. And that's when I proceeded to text Michelle and say that she was going to watch the kids. As in this exhibit here, it says, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle.
And what time was that text sent?
5:20 a.m.
A moment ago, you were talking about what would happen in the morning. You get up for work and you try to wake her up. And you said she would be like.
Oh, yeah, she'd yell at me or Yeah, pretty much I get yelled at.
By the phrasing, she would be like yelling at you. Can I take from that that this is something that this was not the first time this had happened? Or she would
Yes,
get up?
sir.
Okay. Can you tell us about that? There's a history of this?
It's a pretty general thing at that time.
Tell me what you mean.
I would try and wake her up to go to work, and she would either yell at me for waking her up or say she's not going in, and she would make up the time and go in with Paul on his shift. It'd be a rare occasion for me not to get yelled at or that to happen.
Why was it during that time frame that you were able to get up and go to work as scheduled, and she would have these difficulties with that? What was going on?
I'm sorry, could you?
Why was it that you were able to get up to go to work and she was having these difficulties getting up, going to work during this time period? What was going on?
Oh, I would go to sleep and she wouldn't be there. So I just was kind of making sure that I could get a paycheck at that point. So I just kind of let her be her own person, of course. Well, not let her, but she would do whatever she did, and I would make sure that the kids were taken care of and that I'd make it to work at least somewhat on time.
So there are times you go to sleep at night so that you're able to get up for work and she's not there.
There were times that yeah.
And would she talk to you about where she had been?
I never asked.
Now, let's go back to that text message to Michelle. Before you sent that text message to Michelle, had you been planning on taking the 3 children to Michelle's house that morning?
Yeah, the plan was because we missed the day before of work for her tooth removal. And we both were scheduled for the next day for a shift. The plan was to drop the kids off and go to work with her.
Were y'all salaried or hourly?
Hourly.
Okay. So you don't go
It
to
mattered.
work, you don't get paid.
It mattered.
Yeah. Were y'all saving up for anything in particular at this point in time?
So, yeah, a place.
Tell me about that.
What would you like to know about it?
Well, what were y'all trying to do?
Oh, get our own place and out of her mother's house.
And why was that?
There were some complications going on that we were told we had to leave, so we were preparing for that.
And
trying to.
On the day that we're talking about, October 5th, 2022, did you all at that time have the money to go into your own place?
No.
And were you trying to accumulate the money to do that?
Yes.
What type of place were y'all planning to get? Apartment, house? What are we talking about?
Really whatever we could afford.
And is that something that y'all have been talking about in the days leading up to October 5th?
Yeah.
How much did y'all have to pay the babysitter? Well, first let me ask you, did you pay her?
Yeah.
And do you remember how much? Per day or per week or what?
Yeah, it says here at the top of the exhibit where she sent me a text message saying, "Hey, I haven't been charging for Sky. I do this charge for newborns until they are 3 months. So I will have to start charging for Sky. So 45 a day is $225, but I'll charge y'all $200 for all 3. That is still a good deal. Daycare would be way more."
And that was going to be 200 how
A week,
often?
which is quite an expense.
For
5 days a week, that's what it was added up to. So
what was the date of that text message where Michelle told you that she was about to have to start charging separately for Sky?
October 3rd.
And prior to that, had y'all only been paying for Zane and Quinton?
Yeah.
Right. So it was about to go up.
Mm-hmm.
So when she wouldn't wake up on the morning of October 5th, were you frustrated by that?
At that point, I just kind of blocked everything out and just made sure I made it work.
How did you get to work?
I drove the vehicle that her mother had bought for her,
Which vehicle was that?
the Dodge Journey.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary in the vehicle when you got in it?
No,
If there were fireball and curveball bottles in that vehicle at the time that police searched it, is it possible that those are attributable to you?
yeah, quite likely.
Did you sometimes drink in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that be like while you were driving or when you were on break? Or
Unfortunately,
what do you remember about driving to work? Anything out of the ordinary?
no, nothing out of the ordinary, just trying to get there.
Getting out of the house that morning, when you left the house and got in the car, did you have any idea that Quinton was gone?
No,
Did you turn the lights on in that room before you left?
no, sir, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't want to wake any of them.
Did you believe that there were 3 sleeping children in that room when you woke up?
I did believe that.
Is it fair to say that you were kind of trying to sneak out without disturbing them?
Yeah, because if I wake them up, then it's a whole thing.
Did you look in Quinton's pack and play before you left?
No, I didn't.
You okay?
Yeah.
At some point during the investigation, was there a period of time where you told the police that you had seen him that morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you sure about that at the time you said it?
No.
And are you sure now that you didn't see him?
I didn't look.
I noticed that you seemed, I asked you if you looked, and it seemed like you got a little emotional in response to that question. What is it about that question in particular that makes you upset?
I wish I looked. No, I don't know if it would have made it. Just wish I looked.
Anything out of the ordinary from your perspective when you're leaving the house that morning?
No, sir.
Anything out of the ordinary in terms of the drive to work?
No, sir.
Anything out of the ordinary in terms of arriving at work?
No.
And when you left the house to go to work, which door did you go out of?
The back door by the pool.
Is that the one where you have to walk out through the bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Now, did you work a full shift that day?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I received a phone call from Leilani saying that Quinton was missing.
Where were you when you got that phone call?
In the back of a truck, loading it, because my job was to load 18-wheelers by hand.
So you're in a truck loading boxes and you get this call.
Yes, sir.
And what is your best recollection of what she said to you on that call?
Have you seen, or Quinton's not here? I'm pretty sure it just began with, where's Quinton? Where's my baby? Quinton's not here.
How long was that phone call, as far as you remember it?
From the time she called me to the time I got to Buckhalter.
And what were y'all talking about during that time period?
She was crying most of the time. I just stayed on the phone with her the whole time.
Did she tell you anything about what happened when she woke up?
The door was open or something, and Quinton wasn't in his playpen. And me trying to calm her down.
Going back to when you got this call and you left work, tell me about leaving work. What do you remember about it?
I ran out of there as fast as I could, and I actually left my jacket and a whole pack of cigarettes, which later on my boss mailed it to me, thankfully, and it still had the pack of cigarettes in it.
What's his name?
Dave.
Did you see Dave that morning?
Yeah, I passed him in the parking lot. I didn't say anything, but he stopped me and he said, "Hey, you can't run past security like that." And I explained what happened, and he said, "Okay," and I left.
Was this when you were on the way out to go home?
Yes, sir.
There was security on the at the exit to the warehouse?
Yeah, there's security there when you go in and when you leave.
Why is there security when you go out?
I think they just stay there all day for people who come in.
Okay. And you're supposed to get checked out by security when you go out?
Well, you're supposed to talk with whoever your supervisor is, but I didn't even care to stop.
Okay. You just kind of blew by?
Yeah.
I'd like to approach with what I have marked as State's Exhibit 30, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, sir.
What is on this disc?
Me going into work and me leaving work.
You're referring to video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Do the recordings on this disc fairly and accurately depict your arrival to work that morning and your departure?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer, yeah, it's fine. I would offer this as State's Exhibit 30.
No objection.
All right, admitted without objection.
What does that mean? He's gonna play. Sorry.
Ask the court, does that mean
You're about to play it, and I responded yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. Where everything is being recorded, everything that we say is taken down.
Before I play it, Matt, is there any particular reason you asked that question?
I didn't understand what you said. Well, you said you presented the. I just didn't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
No apology necessary.
I have a feeling maybe he blacked out, passed out. He doesn't know. But they did utilize him for that wire against her.
Your Honor, I'm now going to publish.
I'm with
for
you, Micah.
State's Exhibit
Something seems a
30,
little bit weird
the
about
file
all
with
of
the name
that.
IMG_0695.
All right, you may proceed.
Do you see yourself, before I play it here, and again,
Yeah.
I don't know why every video is sideways, but this one is. Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
The bright orange.
What is that bright orange garment that you have on?
My North Face jacket.
Well, let me go back. Is the bright orange thing your North Face jacket, or is that a safety vest?
I believe that's my jacket. I believe that's my jacket
Okay.
because my jacket is bright orange.
So is that you getting to work?
Yes, sir.
Anything abnormal at that time?
No, just looks like I was trying to get there and not be late. I have a tendency to wait till the last second.
And I'll now play IMG_0697. And what do we see in that video?
Me running very, very quickly without my jacket.
What did you think at this point was going on?
I wasn't sure. I had just received a phone call and was still on the phone with her, so I was just trying to get back to the house as soon as possible.
At some point, did you get home?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And did you talk to the defendant once you got there?
Yes, sir.
What was going on when you arrived at the house?
She was outside on the back porch crying.
Were the police there yet?
No, sir.
What did you all talk about at that point?
I asked her what was going on, really, like details, and what she thought happened and stuff like that.
You said she was on the back patio crying, if I understood you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where on the back patio was she?
Underneath the, like, where the, sitting in a chair right outside the back door.
Yeah, by that wooden bar
Yeah,
structure?
that used to be there, yeah.
She was sitting down
Yes, sir.
on the back patio,
Yes, sir.
crying.
Yes, sir.
There are woods all around that house, right?
Yes, sir.
When you got home, was she not looking for Quinton?
No, sir.
What was she doing in the chair other than crying, if anything?
Just crying, saying she didn't know where he was.
Had she called the police yet, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
At some point, were the police called?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did Michelle come over there
Yes, sir.
and her daughter, Talia, or one of her daughters?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how it was that Michelle knew to come over there?
Yes, sir. I called her.
When, in relation to your arriving home, did the police finally get called?
After I took a look around, I called Michelle and then called them, maybe? Yeah.
Is it fair to say it sounds like you don't necessarily remember who exactly called the police when?
Oh, no, I remember I called the police, but I believe Michelle was the first person that was called to see if she had maybe gotten Quinton or something.
Was Paul there when you got home?
I can't remember.
So let's talk about when the police get there. Okay, do you remember talking to some police officers in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant was there, all right?
Yes, sir.
Did she start talking about Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she been talking to you about him before they arrived, or no?
She mentioned him.
When did she mention him? Was it when you were on the phone in the car, or after you had gotten home? Or
I believe it was when I got back to the house.
And what did she say about him that you remember?
That he had sent her a message saying that she didn't deserve to have Quinton.
Now, when was she saying that she had gotten those messages?
Maybe I think she said it was 2 weeks ago at that date.
Is this morning, the morning of Quinton being gone, was that the first you had heard of those messages?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so she's talking to you about something that supposedly happened a couple weeks ago. And you're saying she hadn't told you about that until this moment.
Correct.
Now, did you all talk during the time period between when you got home and when police arrived about what she had done during the night? Where if anywhere, she had gone?
No.
But there was some period of time between when you got home and when the police got there.
Yes, sir.
And then the police were there for quite a long time, right?
Till we went to the police station, and probably after that.
At some point, did you hear her tell a police officer that she had left the house sometime after 1 a.m. To get some Oragel from a friend at a Chevron?
Yeah, that's what she told the police officer. Yes, sir.
At the time she told that to the police officer, was that the first time you had heard that?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you a clip of body-worn camera footage that's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 8, okay? Are you kind of oriented on what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
First of all, does this opening frame here depict the patio area where the defendant was sitting down at the time that you got home from work in the first place?
Is that where she was sitting when I got home?
Well, I mean, does anything in this image show where she was sitting down?
Yeah. The far left beside Paul, but Paul wasn't. I don't know where Paul was. She was sitting in the far left chair, the empty one.
And you're saying she was alone at that point?
Yes.
Okay. This is sometime later, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to play this for you now and ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Have patience for sale. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with baby? That maybe he could have followed you or something to that effect? Y'all didn't go anywhere?
Not even with my kids, no.
No, just maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know, because I got my tooth pulled yesterday, so my tooth, maybe, I went to get some Oragel, that was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning, wise, because I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, that Chevron. And I met my friend that I used to work with, and she had Oragel, because they didn't have any extra okay when I called.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe have been followed? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly the time on that.
Let's stop the playback at 12:13:19 on the timestamp. Could you hear as you were standing there? First of all, is that you in the orange reflective vest there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Could you hear what she was saying to this officer? I mean, obviously the body cam picked it up, but could you hear it standing there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How were you feeling? What were you thinking as you heard her say this?
Well, you can see me tilt my head to the side as if I had no knowledge of what she was referring to.
Did it, I mean, how did it strike you? How did this story strike you? What did you think?
What the hell? Sorry Excuse my language. What the heck?
It's fine. You had no knowledge of this at the time.
Yes, sir.
You said that you tilted your head to the side when you first heard this story. Can you, I'm going to play it back, and I want to see if you can point out to, first of all, show us what that looked like just from the stand.
Just like a tilt to the side, like what?
And if I play this back, can you point out to us where that happens in this video?
But yes, sir.
Have patience, we're still. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with baby? That maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, you yourself.
Yeah, I know, because I got my check full yesterday, so I went to go to Oregon.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning, and I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road right here, that Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got Oregon because they didn't have any extra hotel when I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe had followed?
I'm pausing it because I see you pointing at the screen. That's 12, 13, 15. We can kind of see your head tilt to the side a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play that one more time from just a couple seconds back for anybody that might not have caught it. Because you would agree that it is subtle, right?
Yes, sir. And he was moving around, so you could kind of, you have to pay attention to see it.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe had followed? So when did you get home?
All right, so you had not seen that before, or you had not heard that before, I should say.
No, I haven't.
And your reaction was, what the hell, revised to what the heck? Right?
Yes, sir.
Did you all go to the police station?
Yes, sir.
And did you cooperate with an interview or perhaps multiple interviews that day?
Quite a few.
Did the police ask you for consent to search your phone?
Yeah.
And did you agree to that?
By all means.
Did that concern you at all?
Not one bit.
After the police station that day, where did you go?
Back to Buckhalter.
And a few days later, did you come in to the FBI office in Savannah for a follow-up interview?
Yes, sir.
Now, between the first day's interviews and those follow-up interviews, had the FBI asked you to do anything in particular as it relates to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
To
Let me ask you this. Did the FBI propose to you that they put you up in a hotel room and that they wire that hotel room up for audio and video?
Yes, sir.
And did they tell you why it was that they wanted to do that?
Yes, sir.
What was it? What was the reason for this?
To collect evidence against Leilani.
Did you know at this point what had happened to Quinton?
No, sir. I had, I just know what I was told.
And did you agree to this monitoring of the hotel room?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any concerns about doing it?
No, none at all.
Did you have any concerns about you yourself getting in trouble from something that might be said on that recording by one or the other of you?
Not at all. Wait, by me getting, no.
Did you sign paperwork agreeing to this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Me initialing for permission for them to bug the hotel room, quote unquote.
And does that document have your signature on it?
Three places where I initialed.
And when does it reflect in terms of the date that you agreed to do this?
10/7/2022.
Now, did you all go through with it?
Just real quick, in the days that followed this, the rumor was, that Daniel had kind of bounced. So I guess now we know where Daniel was. He was in a hotel room getting evidence.
Yes, sir.
Now, before agreeing to this, let me ask you this. After the first day of interviews, y'all leave, but before the follow-up interviews at the FBI office, did you talk to her about that night and what had happened?
I'm so sorry.
It was a long, kind of convoluted question. I'll try again. So
I'm
y'all
sorry.
go in on October 5th and you're interviewed by the police at the police department.
Correct.
At some point y'all leave, right?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point y'all are in a bugged hotel room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Between those two things, between leaving the police station on day one and the hotel room operation, I'll call it, were you and the defendants together with each other?
Yes, sir.
Right? And were you talking to her at that point about like what had happened to Quinton and where she had been that night?
Yeah.
Did she ever, did you ask her about this Oragel story that she had told the police on the scene?
No, not in detail.
Did you ask her about that during the hotel room thing?
Yes, sir.
And did she repeat it to you?
Repeat denying it?
Well, keep saying that that's what she had been doing.
Oh, yeah. What? Yeah. Yes, sir. I don't know where my head was at when I was saying that.
Ms. Dean, you might want to ask that again.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that Mr. Younkin understood.
Were you skeptical of the Oragel story?
Yes, sir.
When you're in the hotel room with her, did you ask her about
Yes, sir.
it? And what did she say about it?
That's what she did.
That it was true?
Yes, sir. And she stuck to it. Sorry about that.
I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 32, Your Honor.
I'm
You
not sure what I
recognize this
think about
disc?
Daniel.
Yes, sir.
And what's on it?
Recording of the hotel.
Right.
The room.
I guess it doesn't really matter what we
So
think
a
at this
couple
point.
selections, right?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict some of your interactions in the hotel room with the defendant?
Quite well.
And I would offer this into evidence as State's Exhibit 32, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Okay, Exhibit 32 is admitted without objection.
And I would introduce 31 at this point, Your Honor, to the consent form.
No objection to that.
All right, very well, it is admitted.
And there are 5 files on this disk. The first 4 are each about a minute long, and then the last one is about 7 minutes long. I'll start with the first one. The file name beginning 1941.
So can I ask you a question? Do you mind? Are you gonna get mad? I'm asking you before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you gonna get angry?
I can't tell you don't get angry, but I don't question.
Why did you lie to me about the ordeal?
I didn't. I did not lie to you about the order.
So you went and met Misty.
Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of Missy or whatever. Did y'all speak to the right fucking lady? Did you speak to her? Did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know? And they said her husband. Why didn't you speak to her? Okay.
I want to stop.
So can I ask you a question? Do you mind? Are you gonna get mad? I'm asking you a question before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you gonna get angry?
I can't tell you don't get angry, but I don't want questions.
Why did you lie to me about the Ford job?
I didn't. I did not lie to you about the order.
So you went and met Misty.
Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of Missy or whatever. Did y'all speak to the right fucking lady? Did you speak to her? Did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know? And they said her husband. But
I paused it at 1942:17 on the timestamp. And the timestamp reflects that this was on October 8th of 2022, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you catch there what she said about what police told her about who they had interviewed?
She said they interviewed her husband.
She was saying police told her that they had only interviewed Misty's husband.
Well, yeah.
That's what she told you, at least.
Yes, sir.
And I'll pick up the playback again.
speak to her.
No, there is ordeal in it. There's ordeal in it.
So I said, no, I did not lie. I didn't lie to you about that.
So you went and got ordeal.
I went and got ordeal. Pull it in and pull it out, just like I told you last night.
And then they questioned you again about that?
That's the only thing left.
We heard you say there that there was an ordeal in there. I'll give you that. What were you referring to?
There was ordeal behind the mirror in the house,
Okay.
in the bathroom.
When did you see that ordeal?
The day, the 5th, I believe.
Okay, so like after, was it after you all had been at the police station?
Yeah, no, maybe. I'm not gonna act like I remember 100%, but I know it was there. I think there was 2 tubes, like an empty tube and one that had some in it.
And where'd you say it was?
Behind the mirror in the downstairs bathroom connected to the room.
The second file here with the file name starting with 2013. We'll publish that.
So what did you do when you left at 1 in the morning? What did you do?
I went right over there to the right over to the shop, got the ordeal, looked around and said, well, it came home.
That's what you did.
Yes.
You can look me in my
I
eyes.
am looking you in your eyes, Danny. That is what I did.
You can look
That
me
is
in
what I did.
Just don't, you don't
Stop.
want to yell.
Look at me in my eyes too. That is what I did. There was nothing else that I did. I came home and I went to bed. And I woke up to my baby gone. Do you understand me?
So you didn't do anything else?
No, nothing else at all. I was gone for 12 minutes.
And who did you meet?
Missy.
You met Misty.
Yes.
And now the third file, starting with 2017.
That's like all family believes me more than my man does at this point.
I just don't know everything.
You do.
Nobody knows everything.
The only thing we don't know is what happened to Quinton.
So what did happen in your car?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know. I have no idea what to fathom. I cannot make up something in my head about what could possibly happen. I have no idea what happened to that baby.
I'm asking you, as a man to my woman, what do you think may have happened?
Yeah.
I'm just, and we ain't talking a minute about what could have happened.
But we did spoke about it last night, and I have no idea what could have happened. I don't care about what could have happened. I want to know what happened.
So where's he at?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking about shit.
No, you just sat there and said, so where is he at? I'm getting picked up. I'm doing all the food I brought for you. No. The first only person I'm sitting here wanting the love and support from that I thought would be on my side 100% is on the fucking FBI side.
Wow,
And the
wow,
fourth
wow.
file name beginning 2025.
Thank you for joining us, Susie.
Well, go smoke your cigarette and I'll wait till you calm down a little bit.
Sat here and explained the only thing that you did not know that I did. And I explained it. Last night and tonight.
How you did what?
Layton got orange out.
That I didn't know about.
That's the only thing you didn't know. That when I left you at 204, you were awake. When I got back, you were awake.
From 204?
Yes.
Okay. But not from your...
Not from that. I shook you and said, I'm going to go get orange. You said, no. I was like, all right, whatever. I'm up. I came back.
Okay. And you remember that too?
I remember that clear as day. You made that little sound that I hate you fucking doing.
Okay. Okay.
And then the last file started 2029.
You see that possibly saying that? What, because I just need support? That I'm asking for your love and support and not your questions and doubt?
I'm asking you questions so I can understand.
But how many times do you have to ask me the same question about the same time, just like the fucking FBI does?
Okay, so it's just like the FBI, but you don't talk to me.
Yes, I have. I just sat here and explained to you.
Just talk
I told you about it yesterday too, about what I did. And you made me promise that too.
Okay, so you promised me with your pinky promise
Yes.
that you went and got Oreo.
And I went and got Oreo from Missy. I pulled in the neighborhood and I turned around and I went home.
You didn't go nowhere
I
else.
didn't go anywhere else.
You didn't do anything.
Nothing at all. Nothing.
Okay. Go smoke your cigarette. I love you.
I think what you're going to do is you don't know that FBI in your head, and now they got you over here questioning me.
No.
It's exactly what it is. Danny,
No.
this is one of the hardest times of my life, and I did not need you to question me. I need your love and affection and support, and somebody sitting there telling me that we're going to find them, that it's going to be okay, that they're going to do their job.
We're going to find him. We're going to find Quinton. They are going to find Quinton. They're going to find him.
I don't really do.
I do too. I really do.
So they told me that they still didn't have any leads.
They ain't have none?
No.
Makes sense.
What did they tell you?
That they didn't have anything they could tell me. And it's aggravating.
It's frustrating as hell.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You need to sit here and go smoke your cigarette. Let me question you that way. Like you have a good question twice as hard as I have.
Twice as hard? Nah, baby. I'm the only other person in that house that's involved. You don't think I got interrogated like a goddamn fucking... Bro, you know that.
It's funny to you.
Oh, it's funny because you think that I'm sitting here not in the same position as like you think that the shit is a game to me, but I don't. You. Woo, boy. You gonna call somebody to pick you up? That's what you're doing? Alright. That's all you do.
I wanted to come in here and I wanted to lay
Well, I
down.
wanted you to
And I
chill.
wanted to be comforted. I wanted to be sat there and told that we're gonna do our best and that we're gonna do what we gotta do.
We are.
I did not want to sit here and be questioned the second time in a row by you about 1 o'clock.
It's the second night in a row, and it's not 1 o'clock. It's 8:30.
About 1 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what Life 360 said.
And it wasn't 1 a.m.
It was like 1:15.
And I got back at 1:25. I was gone for 12 minutes. It was
And you went and met Misty.
Went and met Misty, got orange, y'all.
And you said they talked to her?
I think so, yes.
What did she say?
And she confirmed it.
She confirmed
I'm pretty sure, yes. It's not like they sat there and told me what was said.
Oh, but they.
They said that they spoke to Misty and they didn't question me no more about the orange, y'all.
Oh, okay. I did tell. I mean, because there was orange gel in that cabinet. But I'm not lying to you. So I need you to get. I need you to come back over here, like to me, like not right here physically, but I need you to come back over this way, okay? Because I did tell you there was orange gel in that cabinet. You know, there was 2 without a cap. There was 1 with a cap, from what my knowledge is. Like I know there was 3 things of orange gel in that cabinet. Okay, that's fact.
Yes.
And they didn't check behind that mirror.
I don't know.
They didn't. I know that. Okay? But it was there. And it is, if you didn't grab it, why didn't you grab it?
Because my mom wasn't hurting no more. I got the tooth in now. It's filled up. I can eat on this side now.
So after that night, you didn't eat it anymore?
No, not besides the
Why didn't you grab the Amazon?
Because when I was trying that, it wasn't working. It was making me gag.
With the Q-tip?
When I was trying to put it in right there, it was making me gag going down the back of my throat.
Okay. Alright, well, you take your second. I'll talk to you in a second.
He didn't look. It was a waste of question. He didn't go back to the FBI and put your own ass and you didn't say your own ass.
No, I have no intention of that. I just need a. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette with you. It don't matter. I mean, just give me a second. I'll meet you down there because I'm just.
I want to know where my baby is. And I want people like you and that guy to stop coming at me like I did something to my own child.
Why did I come at you like that to you? Because you, every time I ask you a fucking question.
No, Danny, it's not every time you ask me a question.
Oh.
Every time you ask me about what I am, I told you. It was when we went into other micro questions about it that it felt like you were an FBI agent sitting there trying to question me.
But you don't treat me like that when I ask any other question? You don't treat me like that when I talk to you any other way? Or when
Yeah, I do.
You do treat me like that.
What do you mean?
You treat me like I'm accusing you of something.
No, I only do that when you sat there and you asked the first time. I said yes. I'm not missing.
No,
What you continuously asking is when I started getting aggravated.
This time.
Huh?
This time.
Yeah, I am last night when you continuously asked. This time. This time. They did exactly what they wanted to do. Tore us apart.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Very good. You didn't admit it. Very tore us apart, and the way you're treating me proves it.
She didn't really like you asking about that Orajel trip, did she?
No, sir, she didn't.
Now, sometime after this, did you agree also to have your telephone communications monitored?
Yes, sir, I did.
And
Also in 31,
say again?
it's, the, oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. I thought it was on this document, it's a separate document. But yes, sir, I did agree to have my phone, monitored.
I'd like to approach with what I marked at Stacy's in at 33-year-old. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
My consent for them to monitor my telephone, my
No.
cell phone.
Was this, is this a fair and accurate copy of that document?
Yes, sir.
Is it one of those forms or more than one?
There's multiple.
Why are there multiple?
There's a second one from a month later, because I guess they have to renew them, I guess.
Did you have any problem with agreeing to this?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
I didn't do anything wrong. I mean, they already knew about what I was doing drug-wise, so I had no issues with anything they wanted to find.
Your Honor, I would offer states 33 into evidence at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, the one on the front, is that the first one?
Yes, sir.
And when does that show that that document was signed?
The 9th of October,
And then what about the second one?
the 8th of November.
Okay, so the first one's on the 9th, and then you renewed it again a month later.
Yes, sir. And I still, even past this, there was contact between me and them so they could monitor.
So there was more than just that?
Yeah.
Now, did they explain to you what of your phone communications were going to be monitored? Whether it was just your
All of them.
contact with the defendant or all of them?
Well, it says the purpose of viewing, listening to, and or recording any activity I may have with Leilani.
Was your understanding though that they would be able to listen to all of your telephone calls with anybody and see all of your text messages with anybody?
Yeah,
And you were still willing to do this?
absolutely.
Now, we just watched these videos from the hotel, and the timestamp and date stamp shows that those were on October 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
And we've talked about the consent form for monitoring your phone, and that was, the first one at least, was signed on October 9th, right?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you signed the second
My mother's house in North Carolina.
one? When did you go to your mother's house in North Carolina?
I think I signed this first paper, and I think I left Georgia that day, if I'm not mistaken.
Why did you leave Georgia?
Actually, no, I didn't leave Georgia. I left Savannah. I went to Atlanta for a weekend
And why did you go to Atlanta?
to get away from Savannah
And after Atlanta, where did you go?
to Dunn, North Carolina.
To your mother's house?
Yes, sir.
And was that, at that point, was that essentially the end of your time living in Savannah or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me ask you a couple miscellaneous questions. Let me ask you this. Did things between you and the defendant kind of fall apart during this investigation?
There was already nothing there.
Do you remember ever seeing Quinton with any favorite toys or stuffed animals or anything like that?
No, not specifically.
Do you remember him having a favorite Mickey Mouse toy?
No, I don't.
If he had had a favorite Mickey Mouse toy, is that something that you think you would remember having lived with him during that time frame?
More than likely, yes.
And you have no recollection of that?
No, sir.
If he had a Mickey Mouse toy that he slept with every night, would you think you would remember that?
Yes, sir, more than likely.
And do you remember anything like that?
No, sir.
Let me ask you about trash, okay? You lived in that house for some months, if I understand correctly.
How long? Yeah.
For a period of months, you lived there?
Yes.
We have seen introduced into evidence a picture of 3 trash cans on like a wooden rack in the carport area.
Yeah, I remember that. That rack.
Say again?
I remember the wooden rack where the trash cans were kept.
What did y'all do with garbage in that house, like kitchen garbage?
Took them to those 3 trash cans that were sitting on top of that rack.
And then what would you do with the trash cans?
They would get loaded up in the truck and dumped off in a larger dumpster to be taken away.
What dumpster would y'all use for that?
Azalea mobile home.
Now, what vehicle would you use to take those garbage cans to Azalea?
Thomas's white Silverado.
Is that something that you would do, or who would do
Well, yes, sir.
that? Okay. Would anybody?
I
else,
would.
Would anybody else do that?
Not normally, no.
Okay. Let me ask you this: did you guys ever drive around with garbage in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
Like just a trash bag with leftover food in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
Why not?
That would stink up the vehicle. It just sounds nasty.
At the time, October 4th, October 5th, was there any garbage in the back of the Dodge Journey?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you have any recollection of ever having a garbage bag in the back of the Dodge Journey? Like full of leftover food?
Oh, no.
The back of the Dodge Journey is upholstered, right? It had carpet.
Yes, sir. That's another reason.
Why would you not want to put a trash bag full of old food on that?
Stain the carpet and seek in, and sounds nasty.
Do you have any recollection of having had any shrimp pasta in the household in the days leading up to Quinton's disappearance?
Possibly.
Anything more you remember about that?
No.
One moment, please.
Yeah, Margaret, I still don't buy that that was just the sugar from cereal. Where is the rest of the cereal? You know what I mean? Like if it dumped out, did she just pick up the actual pieces? I just don't think so. But they said they didn't test it other than put it in water, I believe. So I'm not sure what it was, but it was certainly all over the trunk. I wonder what she's listening to. Hmm. Where were we? Did it just jump ahead? I think it did.
And what do we see in that video?
Me running very, very quickly. Without my jacket.
What did you think at this point was going on?
I wasn't sure. I had just received a phone call and was still on the phone with her. Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. I thought it was on this document, a separate document. But yes, sir, I did agree to have my phone monitored.
I'd like to approach with what I marked at Stacy's in a 33-year-old.
Interesting. Did they just like cut it off after that? Right? Court TV, you had one job. What the heck? So she's listening to something with a headset. And remember, they are 30 minutes delayed from the actual court. So I don't know, maybe the judge just called court for the day and court TV's like, out of here. There's no ending, no goodbyes. We're just gone out of here. Bob Marley. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it did. It looked like she took a bag of powdered sugar and just threw it all over. And I'm talking like a huge bag of sugar, not definitely not a little one. It was all over it. Well, they said they tested it in water and that it had like the consistency of like sugar, and they thought it was the from cereal. But just seems weird to me anyway. Yeah, they showed the whole trunk, Little Irish, and like it was like all three of her kids went in there and just threw the sugar all over or whatever. That's what it looked like. But it was definitely all over the trunk. And then I think that was all that was in there.
Okay. So, Mr. Younkin, I'm going to ask you to step down. You can have a seat in the.
Okay, so they are calling it for the day.
I'm going to ask you to just have a seat. You can leave that right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got started a little with the evidence itself a little bit later today, although we were working prior to that. I'm going to let y'all go for the evening, and we're going to start again in the morning.
I'm sure there's no complaints.
We're going to start at 9:00, so back to that, okay? And I just want to remind you again, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Don't read, do research, watch television articles. Don't consume any media reports about the case. I am going to release you this evening. I hope you have a good evening. Please know I understand this is not easy, and you have my thanks. We'll see you in the morning. Okay.
I really like this judge. But right now, doesn't she look like she's giving a side eye to something? I don't know. Pretty interesting. So I think that is probably it. I hate to shut it off in case something else comes
Okay.
about. There we go.
8:30 is going to be fine. Okay. Anything that anyone wants to put on the record at this time?
Not from the defense judge.
Mr. Younkin, you will be the witness that begins in the morning, okay? All right, you step out in the hallway.
Might want to advise him not to speak.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Younkin, please don't speak with anyone about the case. Don't speak with any witnesses. You yourself don't do any research or look further into the case. But the most important thing is the rule of sequestration. Don't speak with any other witnesses about the matter. Thank you.
He gave the judge a thumbs up. Oh my gosh.
All right. With that, we're in recess until 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you.
All right. So lots of testimony today. That was pretty interesting. It really was. I'm going to try to go back in that audio of Leilani's interview and see if I can't clean it up to where it's a lot easier to hear and understand. So I'll probably do that tonight. No fist bump, but she got a thumbs up anyway. But anyway, guys, thank you for hanging in. Today was only 4 hours and 20 minutes, but I do appreciate all of you for being here, watching, listening, chatting. And if you're watching on the replay, I appreciate you as well. So we will start back. I guess they're going to start on time at 9 a.m. So we will start at 11 a.m. Central Time. All right. I will schedule that here in just a little bit. And if you haven't yet liked the video, please do so. I appreciate you guys. All right. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.